A Literary Revolution in China. The Peking Leader. February 12, 1919. Pages 116 to 118. The so-called Chinese Literary Revolution, which has aroused so much opposition in conservative quarters, but which certainly has all promises of success, means simply a conscious demand for a living literature, a literature which shall be written in the spoken tongue, and shall truly represent the life and needs of the people. It is obvious to all critical observers that the literature of modern China does not represent the real life of the nation. It is mostly imitative of the literature of the past. Classicism is no fitting epithet for this literature. It is a dead literature, a literature which persistently excludes the language of everyday conversation and is only vaguely intelligible to the classically trained few, but is totally inaccessible to the vast number of the people. It is against this literature that the literary revolutionists direct their attack. While the conservative literatist takes great pride in calling his writing Skuan, ancient prose, and Kashi, ancient poetry, they propose to give China Kingwan, modern prose, and Kingxi, modern poetry. They contend that the literary language of China is no longer a sufficient medium for creative literary productions, and that the plain language, or vulgate Chinese, is full of literary possibilities. They maintain that the literature of modern China can only be produced in this spoken tongue. Only a living language, they say, is fit for the production of a living literature. And they strongly believe that vulgate Chinese is in every sense a living language. How the first shot was fired. The movement for the adoption of the spoken language for educational purposes has long been in existence, and a number of short-lived periodicals have been published in vulgate Chinese for popular dissemination of useful knowledge. But the advocacy of the vulgate tongue as the only legitimate literary medium is a movement of quite recent origin. The immediate stimulus to this movement was an article by the present writer entitled Suggestions for the Reform of Chinese Literature, first published in La Jeunesse, Volume 2, Number 5, in January 1917. In this article, the present writer advocated the abolition of classical allusions, literary conventions, and the strict parallel structure. It also attacked the practice of slavishly imitating ancient writers, and argued that modern China ought to create a living literature of its own. Finally, he discussed the historical significance of the spoken language and championed its adoption as the fitting medium for literary expressions. Following this article, Mr. Chintu Su, Dean of the College of Letters in the Government University, published another article entitled For a Revolution in Literature, La Jeunesse, Volume 2, Number 6, in which he vigorously supported the present writer's suggestions, especially the one on the adoption of vulgate Chinese in literature. These two articles aroused much valuable discussion, which was suspended only by the temporary cessation of publication of La Jeunesse in the summer of 1917. This monthly magazine, which had from its inception been the organ of radical ideas, was soon re-established, but this time with a new resolution to help bring about the literary revolution which it had advocated. Accordingly, its new issues have all been published in the vulgate tongue. It not only contains prose compositions in the vulgate, but also publishes a number of poems written in the spoken language of the people. That the spoken language can be effectively employed in prose composition has been sufficiently proved by the great novels of the last 7 centuries, and he must be an incorrigible reactionary who refuses to recognize this undeniable fact. But the idea of producing poetry exclusively in the spoken language has repulsed many a critic. How can poetry, the essence of which is beauty, be produced in a language which has long been the language of the lowly and the vulgar, and has never been polished by the usages of a refined literature? New experimental poetry. Of course, there is no way of dispelling such doubts except by actually producing good poetry in the Vulgate tongue. When 2 years ago, the present writer resolved to write no poetry save in the spoken language, he called his new verses experimental poetry. This experimental attitude is shown by most of the Vulgate poets. For it is by means of experiments only that we may judge a thing by its fruits. We are merely experimenting on the possibility of the spoken language as a poetical medium. The time of experimentation has been too short for us to say anything definite on our results. It may be safe to say that at least some of the Vulgate poems, notably those by Mr. Shen Nemo, professor of Chinese literature in the government university, possess a richness both in form and in content which one rarely finds in poetry written in the literary style. At any rate, we are sure that this is an experiment well worth all the trouble and ridicule to which we may be subjected. How the movement is spreading! In spite of all opposition by defenders of the classical imitative literature, the movement for a Vulgate literature is steadily spreading. There are several scientific and philosophical works now being published in the spoken language. Editors of several newspapers, such as the Kuomin Kung Pao of Peking and the Shishi Hsin Pao of Shanghai, are now writing their editorials in it. Other periodicals, notably the Weekly Review of Peking and the Renaissance, a new monthly edited by the students of the government university, are publishing almost exclusively Vulgate articles and verses in their columns. Last but not least, Mr. Liang Qichao, whose writings have greatly influenced the Chinese for almost 20 years, is now writing his Sunday lay sermons in the spoken language. Historical justification. So much for a brief account of this movement thus far. In conclusion, let me say a few words as to the historical justification of this movement. It has been truly said that the history of China best illustrates what is called the phenomenon of arrested development. Nowhere is this truth so clearly demonstrated as in the history of modern Chinese literature. As far back as in the Sung dynasty, such philosophers as Chen Yi died in 1107, and Chu Shi died in 1200, and many others had already felt the insufficiency of the literary language as a medium of philosophical writing. Accordingly, their philosophical works were chiefly written in the style known as the conversational form, which has ever since the 12th century been the usual style of philosophical writings. Poets of the same dynasty, notably Shao Yung and Lo Yu too, often wrote poems in a style which is much nearer the spoken than the literary language. The phase of Chinese Vulgate literature that has attained the highest development, however, is the novel. The extant specimens of novels of the Sung dynasty, such as the Story of the Five Dynasties and stories of the Suanho era, point to the fact that Vulgate novels must have been fairly common even during that time. Under the Yuan or Mongol dynasty, the Vulgate novel reached a very high state of perfection in such masterpieces as Shui Hu Chuan and Shi Yu Qi. The student of the dramas of Yuan knows how far the Vulgate tongue was used in even the most poetic pieces. Thus, as early as in the 14th century, China had arrived at the stage of natural development when almost every branch of literature, from philosophical discourses to the popular novel, was written in the Vulgate tongue. China was actually evolving a living literature. Unfortunately, this development was stunted during the Ming Dynasty when, on the one hand, a very strict form of literary composition, both in prose and in poetry, was fixed by imperial decree as the standard form for all civil examinations, and, on the other hand, a wave of reactionism was sweeping over the literati themselves, who deplored the degeneration of literary style and proposed to go back to the pre-Han period for literary models. From that time to this day, Chinese literature, with the exception of a very few novels, has never been able to free itself from the shackles of classical imitation and contentless formalism. Conclusion. It is to free ourselves from these shackles that we are now proposing the adoption of spoken Chinese as our literary medium. For doubtless one of the most important causes for this deplorable retrogression of Chinese literature has been the anachronous employment of a dead language, which is no longer adequate for the expression of the ideas and sentiments of the nation. In these days of intense living and modernized thinking, this linguistic inadequacy becomes more apparent than it ever was before. In order to express and enrich content, it is necessary first to secure the emancipation of the literary form. The old bottles can no longer hold the new wine. If we truly wish to give China a literature which shall not only be expressive of the real life and thoughts of our own time, but also be an effective force in the intellectual and social reforms, we must first emancipate ourselves from the fetters of a dead language, which may have once been the fitting literary instrument for our forefathers, but which certainly is not adequate for the creation of a living literature of our own times. The Literary Revolution in China. The Chinese Social and Political Science Review. February 1922. Volume 6. Number 2. Pages 91 to 100. In order to appreciate the full significance of the literary revolution in China, the reader will do well to recall the history of the rise of the national languages of modern Europe. Hardly 5 centuries have passed since Latin was the recognized literary language of the whole of Europe. Italy was the first to revolt. Dante, Petrarch, in his youthful days, and Boccaccio produced their best works in the dialect of Tuscany, and the popularity of their writings succeeded in finally making the Tuscan dialect the national language of the Italian people. By that time, the dialect of Paris was fast becoming the official language of France. In 1539, Francis I ordered that all public documents should be in the French of Paris, though it was still foreign to nearly half the population of the kingdom. In the middle of the 16th century, there arose the group of French poets known as the Pléiades, who consciously advocated the use of the French language as a means of poetic expression. Rabelais and Montaigne achieved an even greater success in prose. Thus, by the end of the 16th century, the French of Paris became the undisputed national language of France. The case of modern English, being more similar to that of modern Chinese, is all the more instructive. As late as the latter part of the 14th century, there were 3 main dialects competing for supremacy in England. The Southern dialect, spoken south of the Thames, was the most conservative, being full of old forms and inflections. The Northern dialect, which extended from the Humber to Aberdeen, was, owing to the Danish settlements, undergoing such rapid and radical changes that it became almost an entirely new language. Between these extremes stood the Midland dialect, which was more or less comprehensible to the speakers of both dialects. This Midland dialect, being the language of London and of the 2 great universities, soon came to be adopted as the standard speech. Chaucer, the greatest poet of the 14th century, wrote his poetry in this dialect, and his great contemporary Wycliffe, too, used it in his English translations of the Bible. The immense popularity of their writings, and the introduction of the printing press in the following century made the Midland dialect the undisputed national tongue of England. The lesson taught by such recent history seems to have been forgotten by those who now look upon the Chinese literary revolution with disfavor and suspicion. But a little unbiased reflection and historical study will readily lead us to the conclusion that what is now called the literary revolution is no more than the culminating stage in a long process of historical evolution. The story is indeed a long one, but the salient facts are simple. As early as the 2nd century BC, the classical language had already become unintelligible to the people. Thus about the year 120 BC, in a memorial to the emperor, Premier Kung Sun Hung said, "The imperial edicts and laws that have been proclaimed, while they are most elegantly worded and containing benevolent instructions, are not generally understood by the public officers, who are too inadequately educated to explain them to the people." In order to meet this most serious difficulty, the government hit upon a system under which public offices were conferred upon those who had studied the classic writings. This system, which was later perfected into the great system of literary examinations, has succeeded in maintaining to this day the supremacy of the classical language, which had become unintelligible to the public officers over 2,000 years ago. But no governmental power, however great, can prevent a language from undergoing the inevitable processes of phonetical change and grammatical leveling gradually and unconsciously brought about by the common sense of the people. In China, these processes have by a stroke of good fortune been allowed to go on unimpeded and uninterfered with by the literary class, which was busily occupied with the task of mastering the subtleties of the dead classical language. For a long period of over 20 centuries, the dialects have been permitted to keep on changing and modifying until some of the dialects have become as distinct from the classical language as any two cognate languages can possibly be different from each other. As in the case of the English dialects, the dialects of northern China, owing to the influence of numerous barbarian conquests and settlements, have undergone the most radical changes both in pronunciation and intonation and in grammar. It is the northern and middle dialects, generally classed as the Mandarin dialects, which now form the peculiar national language of China. While conservative Chinese scholars still look down upon the living spoken language as the degraded jargon of the vulgar and the illiterate, the student of comparative languages can easily convince himself that the living national tongue is the culmination of over 20 centuries linguistic revision and reform, and is consequently by far superior to the long-dead classical language. I have elsewhere tried to prove this point by numerous illustrations, but the limitations of this paper does not allow me to take up a subject of such technical nature. So I shall confine myself to the development of literature in the spoken language. The first barbarization of northern China, which took place during the 4th, 5th, and 6th centuries AD, and its concomitant event of the shift of the center of Chinese civilization to southern China, are the two factors which have combined to produce a large amount of popular poetry both in the north and in the south. The new races in the north made their heroic and warlike songs, but the popular literature of the southern peoples chiefly consisted in little lyrics of love. The unmistakable beauty and simplicity of these songs of the people gradually came to be appreciated by the literary men of the time, and they soon became models of poetic composition under the general name of Kuyo Fu, or old songs. In this way, the literature of the literati was influenced by the poetry of the people, and the greatness of the poetry of the Tang dynasty, c. 620 to 900, owes much to the influence of the popular songs of the pre-Tang period. It is safe to say that the best poems of Tang are written either in the popular tongue or in a style nearest to it. It is said of Pechui, the greatest poet of the mid-Tang period, that his poems were often shown to an old woman whose inability to understand a certain poem would cause its rejection or revision. It was also under the Tang dynasty that Vulgate prose first arose. The great teachers of the Chan or Zen school of Buddhism first used it in preaching and recording sayings and discourses. The style proved to be so effective in philosophical writings that the Neo-Confucian philosophers of Sung and later dynasties had to adopt it in most of their philosophical discussions. Meanwhile, northern China was undergoing a second period of barbarization which began in the 10th century and lasted until the latter part of the 14th. The Khitan Tartars were conquered by the Nukan Tartars, who in turn were conquered by the Mongols. The latter people in the year 1239 succeeded in subjugating the whole of China. While these barbarian conquests were politically and socially disastrous to the Chinese people, it cannot be denied that they have had immense beneficial effects upon the language and literature of the people. That the language was barbarized can be easily seen in the numerous edicts and other public documents of the Mongol dynasty, which have been preserved to us, and which were all written in terribly barbarized Chinese, a style which is apparently Mongol syntax clothed in Chinese characters. It was during this period of barbarian occupation that the great dramas were produced. The literary examinations were suspended for nearly 80 years. 1237 to 1313, the authority of the classical language and literature was swept away. Even the greatest geniuses condescended to write plays for the entertainment of the people. And some of the Yuan dramas were written by members of the lowest stratum of society. This accounts for the simplicity in the content and style of the dramas of that period. And then the necessity of educating the barbarian and barbarized population in the great Chinese tradition gave rise to a class of prose literature known as the NE, or popular histories. These narratives soon developed into novels of all kinds. For centuries, it has been thought that the several great novels of unknown authorship were written under the Mongol dynasty, but my own researches have convinced me that the novel only reached its infantile stage in the 13th and 14th centuries, and that such novels as San Qui-Chi, Shui Hu Chuan, and Shi Chi had only crude origins in the Mongol period and went through a series of collective and individual revisions until they appeared in their finished form in the 16th century. With the exit of the Mongol conquerors, and with the institution of a new and more rigid system of literary examinations under the Ming dynasty, 1368 to 1644, the authority of the classical tradition was gradually restored. The literati took hold of the dramas, and made them classical, and therefore unintelligible to the mass of the people. Poetry and prose both moved towards a classical revival. The cries of the day were, back to Tang and Sung, and back to the pre-Tang periods. But the novel alone remained uncontaminated by the reactionary influences, and continued to develop itself. While official recognition and literary honors continued to be eagerly coveted by the literary class, the immense popularity of the novel was also a sufficiently powerful inducement to tempt gifted authors to undertake this despised branch of literature. It is significant to note that practically all the novels written under the Ming Dynasty were anonymous, and that it was not until the Manchu Dynasty that authors allowed real names to be attached to novels. The last 4 centuries have been very productive in novels. Of the hundreds of novels that have been preserved and are being reprinted in numberless cheap editions, many are of little or no literary value. But the best of them, such as the Shui Hu Chuan, Shi Yu Qi, Julin Weisher, The Literati, Hung Lu Ming, Dream of the Red Chamber, and a few others, can certainly be ranked among the world's greatest masterpieces. Near the end of the Manchu Dynasty, a number of social novels were produced, modeled more or less after the fashion of the Literati, a realistic and satirical novel written in the middle of the 18th century. Aside from the effects of their outspoken attacks on Chinese officialdom, these modern novels are significant from the fact that, while they were all written in the Mandarin dialect, their authors were all Southerners to whom the Northern and Middle dialects were not at all native. This fact shows the tremendous educative effects of the great novels, which have in the course of a few centuries succeeded in standardizing the national language and have been its greatest teachers and propagandists. From the above account, it is clear that spoken Chinese as represented by the Mandarin dialects is well qualified to become the national language of China. In the first place, it is the most widely spoken language in the country. In the second place, it has produced a vast amount of literature, a literature more extensive and varied than any modern European language ever possessed at the time of its establishment as a national language. It seems incredible that a language of such vitality and of so wide a currency should have had to wait so long before it was ever thought of as a possible substitute for the long-dead classical language. But the explanation is really simple. The authority of the classical language and literature has been truly too great to be easily overcome. This authority became overwhelmingly formidable when it was enforced by the power of a long-united empire and supported by a fairly extensive system of education, where the sole aim of its students has been to win office, honor, and recognition on the strength of their ability to read and write in the classical language. Moreover, there was lacking in the history of spoken Chinese one important factor, without which the authority of the classical language could never be destroyed. That important factor is a conscious and frank recognition of the fact that the classical language is a dead language, and as such is disqualified to continue as the national language of a modern nation. Dante not only wrote in the vulgar tongue, but also defended it in his treatise De Vulgari Eloquentia. Boccaccio, too, was a conscious defender of the language he employed as his literary medium. In France, the Pléiades were also conscious advocates of the French language. Indeed, Du Bellay, one of the poets who formed the Pléiades, wrote La Défense et Illustration de la langue française, in which he asserted the right of the French language to stand as a medium of poetic expression. It is this element of conscious advocacy that was lacking in the case of spoken Chinese. There were large numbers of writers who were in one way or another attracted by the Vulgate tongue and who wrote in it. There were none, however, who openly questioned the supreme authority of the classical language or who consciously defended the living tongue as the only legitimate medium of literary composition. And it is this absence of an articulate movement which has made it possible for the dead language to reign supreme for 2,000 years after its death. What the recent literary revolution did was to supply this very factor which was lacking in the long history of the living tongue, and to openly declare that the classical language has been long dead, and that the Peihua, which has been the literary medium for many centuries, is and will be the only proper and effective means of literary expression in verse as well as in prose. No dead language can produce a living literature, was the war cry of the literary revolution. Its constructive policy is summed up in the motto, "Produce literature in the national language, and you shall have a national language of literary worth." In 1916, the present writer made a resolution never to write any poetry except in the spoken language. The first public declaration of the revolution was published on the first day of the year 1917. The controversy went for 2 years. After that, opposition gradually died down. Since the summer of 1919, the Peihua spread far and wide. In 1920, the Ministry of Education issued an order to the effect that, beginning with the fall opening of that year, the national language should be taught in the first 2 grades of the primary school. In the course of a few years, all the grades in the primary schools will be using the living tongue in the place of the classical. This change has of necessity affected the middle and normal schools, where the primary teachers are trained, and these higher schools are anticipating the coming change by voluntarily adopting texts in the Vulgate. Most of the recent publications have been in the Vulgate. The newspapers and periodicals have in most cases ceased to publish poems in the classical language, and new poems in spoken Chinese are taking their places. It is safe to say that the controversial period is now almost over, and the era of constructive and creative work is before us. The moral of this easy success of the literary revolution is obvious. It was not the work of any individual or individuals that have brought about its success. The time has long been ripe for this revolution. 2,000 years of collective effort in linguistic revision and 10 centuries of literary activity in the living tongue, these are the real factors which have made such a rapid success possible. The common sense of our people have for 20 centuries been unconsciously, but steadily and incessantly preparing for this day. The literary revolution of the last 5 years is no more than a culmination of 20 centuries of historical evolution. All unconscious processes of natural evolution are of necessity very slow and wasteful. Once these processes are made conscious and articulate, intelligent control and experimentation become possible. The work of many centuries may be telescoped into a few years, and an easy success befalls those who are in reality, to use a classical phrase, getting the credit which properly belongs to nature. February 1922. The National University of Peking. The Chinese Novel. Unpublished Manuscript. An Address at the Literary Society, Washington, D.C., February 15, 1941. 1. The novel, as a fictitious but consciously planned narrative, was almost unknown in ancient China. The earliest literature of ancient China is factual, lyrical, and didactic, but rarely indulgent in the free use of imagination. There was no epic, no drama, no novel, no mythology of any elaborate type. Confucius once said, "The sole end of speech is to be understood." Such a pragmatic concept of language tended to rule out all imaginative literature as useless and unnecessary. Indeed, of all the hundreds of thousands of books written in the classical language, there is not one work which can be called a book written with a preconceived plan. Most ancient works were collected sayings, analects, episodes, and at best essays on mostly unrelated subjects. Well-planned works of literature, such as a Greek tragedy or a Platonic dialogue, were not found in ancient China. The two literary forms developed in ancient China were the lyric poem and the prose essay. The essay, which began to take shape in the 4th century BC, was essentially expository and argumentative. Chinese writers seem to have felt no need for developing larger architectonic structure beyond the essay form. The novel and the drama, which required sustained imagination in the plot and in its unfolding, could not be developed in the hands of these ancient writers. Storytelling is an irrepressible instinct of mankind. Even as early as the time of Confucius, there was arising among the people a class of historical romance, which was called history, but which was apparently noted for its free and imaginative embellishment rather than for its factual substance or authenticity. Confucius said, "Whenever art, 1, outweighs matter, chi, there we have history." He was probably referring to those romanticized historical tales of the legendary emperors, founders of dynasties, great generals, and wise men, tales told with a wealth of such interesting but not always trustworthy details as dreams, oracles, prophecies, and imagined conversations and orations. Mencius in the 4th century BC often had to rebuke his students for citing these popular tales as if they were parts of authentic history, and he often ridiculed them as tales told by the crude folks on the eastern coast of Tsi, or as fabricated by those who loved to tell tales about others. We are now almost certain that a number of ancient historical episodes, which have passed as history, originally belonged to that class of romanticized historical tales so characterized by Confucius and Mencius. Such was the story of the Odyssey of Duke Wen of Qin, d. 628 BC. And such was the romance of the House of Chow, which has often been dramatized in later ages, and which became the theme of a famous play by Voltaire. Thus the Chinese storyteller received his first training in these historical romances, which required no invention of plot, but only collecting, fabricating, and embroidering incidents and details to be woven around a skeleton structure of what pretended to be biography and chronology. 2. Then came the introduction of a great religion from India with all its rich imagery, beautiful and captivating ritualism, and wonderfully imaginative literature and philosophy. The very simple religion of ancient China was overwhelmed and speedily conquered by Mahayana Buddhism. Throughout a period of 2,000 years, this new religion has fundamentally affected and transformed the religious, philosophical, and artistic life of the Chinese people. Ancient China knew no heaven or paradise, but India gave us thousands of paradises. Ancient China knew no hell, but India gave us 18 hells of ever-increasing severity and horror. The rich and unbridled imagination of the Indian people seemed inexhaustible in its invention of philosophical schematizations and literary and dramatic tales of grandiose structure. Every Buddhist sutra is a drama with the Buddha and some great disciples as the dramatis personae. Some of the sutras, notably the Vimalakirti Sutra, were such effective and fascinating tales that they became the most popular themes for pictorial presentation and literary paraphrase throughout the centuries. India thus taught China the unbridled use of the imagination. Many Taoist scriptures were deliberately forged on the model of the Buddhist sutras. Popularized versions of Buddhist tales became part of the work of monasteries and temples in their effort to instruct and edify the masses. There arose in medieval China one class of literature known as Thepianorpianwen, meaning transformed versions or paraphrases, which were primarily Buddhistic tales retold in Chinese verse or prose, or partly in verse and partly in prose. Very often a passage of 150 words from the Vimalakirti Sutra was paraphrased into a new recital of 5,000 words. Then the Terpian Wen was extended to include popular recitals of non-Buddhistic stories. In the medieval manuscripts of Tunhuang, we find such non-Buddhistic Pianwen as those of the legendary Emperor Shun, or of filial piety of Tungyang, or of General Qi Pu, or of the famous beauty Wang Chaochun. Medieval China was apparently being schooled by Buddhism in the art of telling imaginative tales. It was apparent that the great popularity of the medieval storyteller was asserting some powerful influence on the poets and prose writers of the educated class. A contemporary critic pointed out that the style of Pachuai's famous Song of the Everlasting Sorrow showed some resemblance to a popular Buddhistic Pianwen. But the most interesting evidence of this influence is the fact that the classical writers of the 7th and 8th and 9th centuries were taking great delight in writing short stories of a fairly well-developed form. These short stories have no generic name, but are sometimes called chuanqi, meaning strange or novel tales. They deal with romantic love, heroic episodes, virtue requited, or strange crimes detached. About 100 of these stories have been preserved. One of the earliest of these, The Cave of the Amorous Fairies, Yushin Ku, written by Chang Tsu about the year 700, was lost in China, but has been preserved in Japan. This story describes how the author, when on an official journey to the northwest, met two charming ladies at their home, where he spent the night, and exchanged with them many little poems of flirtation and courtship. It is said that this story of the 7th century became exceedingly popular in Japan and influenced court life and literary fashion in that country, and that the famous first novel of Japan, and possibly the first novel in the whole world, The Tale of Genji, was the result of conscious imitation of The Cave of the Amorous Fairies. An examination of these short stories of the Tang dynasty shows that the art of fiction writing had already made great progress. The sense of plot, the portrayal of character, the elaboration of minute details were all highly developed. One of the best specimens, The Story of Miss Li by Pashingqian, was translated by Mr. Arthur Whaley. Centuries of tales of religious edification had created the demand for the fictitious tale as a branch of literature, and the men of letters could no longer resist the temptation to try their hands in this new form of literature. The writers trained in the classical traditions were trying to produce short stories as a form of prose narrative essay or short bibliography. And they introduced into this literature the very important element of artistic form, which they had cultivated through their classical training. Their artistic creations were much hampered by the limitations of a dead language, but these delightful short stories of Tang and their successors in later ages have enriched and elevated the art of Chinese fiction by giving it a sense of form, a refinement in taste, and a richness and depth in content. 3. Further development of the Chinese novel, however, was carried on by the professional storyteller of the street and of the marketplace. He had two teachers, the ancient historical romancer and the medieval paraphraser of Buddhistic tales. A poet of the 9th century tells us that his children were delighted by the recitals of stories of the three kingdoms. Records of the life and customs of the people in the capitals of the northern and southern Sung dynasties tell us that throughout the 11th, 12th, and 13th centuries there flourished several rival schools of storytellers, Shuhuajin. One of these schools was the scriptural or religious storytellers, and another the historical romancers. But these records also tell us that these schools of storytellers were afraid of a new and most powerful school of storytellers, known as the School of Xiaoshua, the novelists, who had their separate texts, huapeng, which include four main classes of stories. 1. The ghost stories. 2. Stories of heroic adventure. 3. Tales of rouge and powder, that is, love stories. 4. Public cases, that is, famous cases of crime and detection. These cover almost the whole field of modern fiction. The term novel, xieshuo, meant small tale or short narrative. It seems that this new school excelled in telling shorter stories, each of which forms a completed unit in itself, and could be told in a comparatively short session or sessions. In that sense, the novel differed from the formless and interminable historical tales. This new form of fiction was told by men and women who were famous for their vivid descriptions and beautiful enunciation, and who were called the silver-tongued Yingzuer. It was because of their more perfected artistic form that the other schools were said to be afraid of them. These novels or novelettes have a peculiarity of their own which may be called its double feature form. The storyteller begins by telling a very short story as an introduction, the moral of which is easily understood by the audience. Then he tells his audience that he is going to tell another story which either further illustrates the same moral lessons or is just the opposite of what has been told in the prologue. This double feature form has been followed in a great many of the stories now preserved. In the meantime, the historical romancers, too, were developing a form which marked the beginning of the serial novel. In telling the interminably lengthy stories of the vicissitudes of a dynasty or a historical hero, the serious problem of the storyteller is how to get the audience to come back to the next period recital. Long professional experience has taught these storytellers that they must end the day's session at a moment of great excitement and psychological suspense. Thus, when our beloved hero is being taken away by the lictors to be put to death, or a poisonous arrow is being shot at our beautiful heroine, then the reciter suddenly beats his drum, recites a rhymed couplet, and disperses his audience with this famous formula: "If you wish to know what happens to our hero or heroine, pray hear it told in the next period." This professional trick of the storyteller came to be accepted as the formula for chapter division in all lengthy stories. Each chapter, therefore, must not only tell its own part but must also link itself with the following chapters by this device. While this method is artificial and mechanical, it nevertheless has given the storyteller a technique to organize a mass of incoherent incidents into a more or less continuous tale. At any rate, this device has made possible the rise of what may be called the serial novel in China. 4. These professional storytellers naturally told their tales in the living language of the people. Their texts were transmitted from teacher to pupil probably only partially in writing, giving the skeleton of the story, its main divisions, its essential details, etc. But it is highly improbable that the texts were fully written out as the stories were actually told by those silver-tongued masters. Much was probably left to verbal transmission, and there was probably much freedom for the succeeding generations. The greatest difficulty in writing down these popular stories lay in the fact that the living language had not yet achieved a standardized written form. Printing had been invented before 800 AD, and the movable type came into use in the middle of the 11th century. The greatest popularity of these stories naturally created a demand for their printed copies. The few surviving oldest texts of the 13th and 14th centuries show beyond doubt that these master tellers of stories were not capable of writing them down, as they were actually heard and enjoyed by their audiences. They were very crude skeletons with very little artistic embellishment, and with the dialogue mostly in a corrupt form of simple classical Chinese. Then, some writers who had been trained in the classical tradition were sufficiently attracted by those exceedingly popular and entertaining stories of the marketplace to come to their rescue. They were dissatisfied with the written texts, which were so much inferior to the verbal versions, which had delighted thousands of hearers. So these writers of the educated class took these tales, and wrote them as exactly as they could in the living language. Most of the vocabulary was naturally taken over from the classical words, and wherever such borrowing was impossible they invented new words. In that way a number of short novels apparently of the 12th and 13th centuries have come down to us in beautiful prose in the living tongue. The form was that of the professional storyteller, but the language and the style bore traces of retouching by some master hand. The use of the living language as a means of exactly recording philosophical conversation and dialogue had long begun with the Buddhistic masters of the Chan or Zen school. The procedure proved to be so effective that it was followed by the Neo-Confucianist philosophers of the 11th and 12th centuries. It was those records of philosophical discussions of both Buddhist and Confucianist schools that had familiarized the men of letters in the use of the living tongue in writing. It was this style which was adopted by those writers who wrote down or rewrote the stories or novels of the professional reciters. As time went on, the printed popular stories and other forms of popular literature in the vulgar tongue gradually standardized the written form of the living language. More stories, and even lengthy historical romances were written down for printing and sale. A number of first-class writers of the 15th, 16th, and 17th centuries took up these tales, polished them, rewrote them, and in some cases fundamentally reconstructed them. Some of these rewritten novels, notably the Shui Hu Chuan, translated by Pearl Buck as All Men Are Brothers, the Sanqua, translated by C. H. Brewer Taylor as The Romance of the Three Kingdoms, have become bestsellers for many centuries. The popularity of these great novels among the people further enriched the living tongue and further standardized its written form. Early in the 17th century, two patrons of the short novels, Fong Menglung and Ling Mingtsu, separately published 5 collections of short stories, each collection containing 40 stories, making a total of 200 of the novelettes. Many of these stories were old stories, some of which date back possibly to the 12th or 13th centuries, but a large number of them belong to much later times, including not a few written possibly by the editors themselves, who were writers of no mean standing. These 200 short novels, printed within the short space of 12 years, 1620 to 1632, represent the greatest storehouse of masterpieces of Chinese fiction. They also represent the highest development of the indigenous short story in Chinese literature. The 17th century was an age in which the novel, both in its shorter and serial form, first received unreserved recognition by some of the advanced literary critics of the time. Qin Shengtian, who was responsible for revising and abridging the Shui Hu Chuan from its 100-chapter and 120-chapter editions to its present form of 71 chapters, openly declared that there was no literature in the world that surpassed the novel Shui Hu Chuan. But in spite of such enthusiastic eulogy of the novel, the prejudice among the classical writers against the vulgar literature was still very strong. Most writers, or rewriters of the novels were so ashamed of their artistic impulse to write in the vulgar language that they dared not sign their real names to their masterpieces. And most of the people who read them and enjoyed them often refused to acknowledge that they had anything to do with them. Those masters of Chinese fiction, therefore, deserve all the more credit and homage because they had the courage and artistic sense to brave such deep-rooted prejudice to give the world their great novels. Chinese novels, broadly speaking, can be grouped into two classes: the novels of historical evolution and those of original creation. Many of the historical romances took centuries of popular invention, elaboration, and revision by numberless, anonymous storytellers before they were finally rewritten or reconstructed by the master writers who made them the masterpieces they are today. The Shui Huchuan had its origin in the 12th century, was rewritten by Lo Quancheng of the 14th century, and was revised by numerous hands throughout the Ming dynasty, until it was given in its final form by Qin Shengtian, who claimed that his edition was based upon an old manuscript in 71 chapters. We now know that there was never such an old manuscript, and that his edition was only one of the many revisions. The present form of the Three Kingdoms was revised at even a later date. The Shi Yukiwich told the purely imagined travels of the great monk Suan Sang to India in search of original texts of the Buddhistic scripture, had 9 centuries of free evolution, until it was completely rewritten by an anonymous master whom we now identify as Wu Xichengyan of the 16th century. These, and a few other historical novels of literary merit, belong to the first class of novels of evolution. These great Homeric tales always originated in the popular legends of various localities and various ages. The task of the storyteller and the literary revisionist consisted largely in organizing these unconnected and very often conflicting versions and episodes into one continuous whole. The original story of the Shui Huchuan, for example, had 36 heroes, but in some versions of the Ming dynasty the number had increased to almost 200. In the standardized version of 71 chapters, we still have 108 heroes. The work of revision was to eliminate the uninteresting and the non-essential, as well as to bring the essential characters into special eminence. In general, these historical romances have loose plots somewhat in the fashion of the Buddhistic sutras, where a number of events with little inherent relationship were strung together by some artificial grandiose structure. The individual characters and separate episodes were the important things. And these historic romances were most successful in giving to the Chinese people some wonderfully entertaining stories, and a number of unforgettable characters, who have delighted every man, woman, and child, and are still being dramatized and enacted on the popular stage throughout the country. These romances have no philosophical thesis to present, no social reform to advocate. Their object was the object of the professional storyteller, to fascinate and to delight the hearer and the reader. In so doing, they have given us some great classics which have in the last several hundred years not only standardized the living language, but also modeled the national character. After the 16th century, Chinese writers began to produce original novels of their own. The popular romance had taught them the art of storytelling and the use of the living language. Many of the stories of this class were written to entertain. They usually follow the fashion of the times, glorifying the life of the flesh, eulogizing the talented, beautiful women, idolizing the successful candidates in the civil services, and usually ending in happy marriages of the successful literary hero, with more than one beautiful and faithful wife. One of these stories, How Si Chai Chuan, the story of a perfect couple, has been translated into almost every European language and was still being played on the stage when I was a student in Shanghai 35 years ago. This story tells of a very clever and self-reliant girl of great beauty and virtue who successfully protected herself against the many intrigues of a powerful but unacceptable suitor. In one of the intrigues, she was rescued by a young man of exalted character and great courage. This young man then became the object of attack by her enemies. The most delightful feature of this story lies in the fact that the heroine was courageous enough to defy all social convention and censure to go out of the way to rescue this young man from a perilous plot of their common enemies, and invited him to be her house guest so that she might give him the necessary medication and nursing during his illness resulting from poisoning by the plotters. But the few great novels of this class have been more than entertainers. They were written by men who had come to recognize the novel as the most satisfactory form of literary expression, or who had a message to communicate to the readers through what they considered as the most effective channel to reach the public. Of these, four in particular deserve special mention. 1. A Marriage That Should Awaken the World, Xing Xiyin Yuan, by Pu Sungling of the 17th century. 2. An Unauthorized History of the Intellectual Class, Zhu Lin Weishi, by Wu Qingsu of the 18th century. 3. A Dream of the Red Chamber, Hum Lu Ming, by Tsao Suciation of the 18th century. 4. Flowers in the Mirror, Qing Hua Yuan, by Li Juchen of the early years of the 19th century. The first of these, The Marriage That Should Awaken the World, is a novel on a terribly henpecked husband who suffers almost unbelievable cruelties at the hands of an impossible woman. The book is about 1 million words in length. Throughout these million words on a most unhappy marriage, no one seemed to think of resorting to divorce as a solution. And when divorce by official decree was actually proposed toward the end of the book, the idea was speedily dismissed because Chinese religion, morals, and social usage all conspired to make divorce impossible. Finally, it was decided that all this cruel suffering must have been the result of a great causal chain going back to the previous existence of the husband and wife, and that the best thing for the poor man to do was to abide by his fate and await its natural absolution. The author, Pu Sungling, was a great writer of classical prose and poetry. He wrote a large collection of delightful short stories in the classical style which achieved wide circulation among the literary class, and a selection of these stories was translated by Professor Herbert A. Giles under the title Strange Stories from a Chinese Studio. The author was apparently deeply interested in the problem of marriage, and especially of unhappy marriage. One of the short stories dealt with the same theme as his great novel, but this first version in the classical language contains only 2,900 words. He was not satisfied, so he used the same theme and rewrote it in the form of a poetic drama, or, more exactly, a popular dramatic recital with singing parts written to the popular melodies of the age. This dramatic version consists of 33 scenes, containing about 70,000 words. Again, he was not satisfied, so in his old age he wrote this great novel on the same theme in 1 million words. This experimentation by one author in 3 different literary media is most interesting to the historian of Chinese literature as the best evidence of the preeminence of the novel in the living tongue as the most effective medium of literature. The second great novel, an unauthorized history of the intellectual class, is to my mind the greatest of all Chinese novels. It is a satire of the intelligentsia. The author, according to my researches, was a follower of a school of philosophy known as the Yin School, which was a philosophical revolt against the prevailing systems of orthodox Confucianism. In this novel, the author, with delightful humor, portrayed the men of letters, the candidates for civil service examinations, the pedantic scholars, and the officials who were the products of the classical education and the literary examination system. He tells of their eccentricities, their ridiculous ignorance of actual affairs, their pettiness, their miserliness, their inhumanity, and their corruption and incompetence in official life. In the midst of these characters, our author also gave us some delightful and lovable characters, some of whom he found in the educated class, but others he found in the lowly and unlettered folks. It was a severe criticism of a social and educational system, as well as a delightful satire. A Dream of the Red Chamber has often been rated as the best Chinese novel. We now know that the author of this novel, Tsao Susiachen, died young and left it unfinished. The current edition has 120 chapters, of which the last 40 were written by another man many years after the author's death, and without knowledge of the author's original plan. At the beginning of the book, the author announces that he is going to tell a real story with fictitious names and events, and that he wants, in particular, to preserve in writing the memory of several women whom he had known and regarded as superior to men in intellect, charm, and ability. The book describes a great family gradually going to ruins by extravagance, debt, mismanagement, and internal intrigue. The big trees are fallen, and the monkeys are scattered. Even in its unfinished form, the author has shown most remarkable power of observation and characterization, and some of his feminine characters have stood out as highest attainments in realistic portrayal. The last named of these novels, Flowers in the Mirror, was completed in the first decade of the 19th century, and was published in 1828, 9 years before Queen Victoria came to the throne. The author, Li Juchun, was a native of Peking and spent the major portion of his life in Haichao on the northern coast of Jiangsu. This novel was written essentially as a declaration of the rights of women. The author was dissatisfied with many a social custom and institution of his time, which he freely criticized in his novel. But he seemed to be chiefly interested in the problem of the inequality of the sexes and the injustice to women. He attacked the double standard of sex morality, which justifies polygamy, but condemns the remarrying of young widows. He purposely laid the story under the reign of Empress Wu of the Tang dynasty, who was the only Chinese woman who proclaimed herself not as an empress nor as a dowager regent, but as an emperor by her own right, and ruled China as such for 15 years, AD 690 to 705. Our novelist made this great woman emperor proclaim complete equality of the sexes in education and in civil service examination. Throughout the book, he frequently advocates the higher education for women and the active participation of the fair sex in the affairs of government. Part of the book was in the form of travels by 3 Chinese gentlemen to many strange lands. One of the countries visited by them was the kingdom of women, in which the men are dressed in petticoats and have their feet bound as the ladies of the celestial empire, while the women, decked in tall hats and high boots, carry on the business and run the government. On the first day of their arrival, one of the Chinese gentlemen, Lin Qiyang, goes to the royal palace on business and meets the king, who is a woman of exceptional beauty, and not without the frailties of the sex. She falls in love with Lin, and causes him to be detained in the palace, and a decree is issued to make him queen in the kingdom of women. Thus begins a long and laborious process of the womanization of a man. Lin is now dressed in skirts and petticoats. His hair is perfumed and redone in feminine fashion. Jewels are given to decorate his royal person. For ladies come up and hold him fast. An old lady with white beard advances and measures his earlobe, which is then immediately pierced in the same way in spite of the loud cries of the queen-elect. The most difficult work is the binding of the feet, which ordinarily takes years, but which is now telescoped into a few weeks. No reader can forget the description of Lin Qiang's terrible suffering in this accelerated process of foot binding, his many rebellions against the tyranny of the women, and the many punishments for his rebellion, and his final submission after severe penalties. On the morning of the royal wedding, he, or now more correctly she, is powdered and rouged and dressed in all richness proper to the first lady in the kingdom of women. Her feet are not very small indeed, but with the aid of high wooden soles, they appear to be of a respectable size. She is now carried to the wedding hall, where, amidst the glorious wedding candlelights and wedding music, the new queen is even capable of holding her flowing sleeves, bowing very low and kneeling down properly, as only highly refined women know how to do. Glory to the wonderful process of womanizing the man which is now completed. This is the story of the evolution of the Chinese novel. It came from the people, and was developed by the people, but despised by the conservative men of letters. But when it had achieved sufficient popularity and intrinsic beauty, it forced itself upon the attention of some of the great minds of the educated class, who then took up these great Homeric tales of the unlettered people, polished them, retouched them, in some cases reconstructed them, and made them the great classics of Chinese fiction. These retouched masterpieces of popular origin in turn became the teachers of a new art, a new language, and a new literature. Under their tutorship, first-class Chinese minds have learned to produce their original novels, not merely as literary entertainment, but also as a social satire, as an instrumentality of social criticism and reform. The Tzu, a new dictionary of classical polysyllabic words and phrases. Quarterly Bulletin of Chinese Bibliography. June, 1934. Volume 1. Number 2. Pages 55 to 58. The publication of Mr. Chu Chi-feng's Tzu by the Kaming Book Company in Shanghai was a great event in the book world of China this year. The book is in 2 volumes, the second of which will be issued in the autumn. The present volume contains 1,623 pages of the text. It is said that the first edition of 5,000 copies has already been sold in the first month of its publication. The author, Mr. Chu Chi-feng, is a middle-aged scholar from Haining, a Shin near Hangzhou, the same district which has produced the great scholar Wang Kuei, whose death in 1927 was lamented by the whole sinological world. In his preface, Mr. Chu was frank enough to admit that he was inspired to study the variations in the written form of classical terms and phrases about 30 years ago, when he, as a teacher in a school, was greatly humiliated by his students because he had mistaken an archaic variation of a classical phrase as an incorrect spelling. His great embarrassment in the hands of his students made him resolve to devote his life to the study of this difficult problem, namely, the legitimate and incorrect variations of polysyllabic terms and phrases together with the causes which gave rise to these variations. The present dictionary represents the achievement of 30 years' hard work. What are the causes of such variations? Broadly speaking, there are three main groups of causes: phonological, historical, and textual. First, variations of a word or a phrase may be caused by phonological reasons. A word originates in a sound, which, in the case of Chinese, is represented by a written symbol not often indicating its phonetic elements. Very often, a great many symbols may have the same pronunciation, and the same sound may acquire a different pronunciation in a different locality. Moreover, sounds undergo natural changes in time. In the days before the printed book, writers were free to use a character which to them sounded most adequate in expressing the sound of the word they wanted to write down, and their choices may vary with the range of their individual vocabulary, with local peculiarities, and with the phonetic changes of their times. All these forms are preserved, and some of them may appear to the untrained eye no longer recognizable as merely phonetic variations of one and the same word. Thus Fuxi, one of the legendary rulers of prehistorical China, appears in so many forms: Paoshi, 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 Paishi, Mishi, Fuxi. Such variations are formed in the same way as transcriptions of foreign sounds by means of Chinese characters. The various forms of the name Buddha are analogous to those of Fuxi. Secondly, some of the variations have originated in historical customs and practices rarely found in other languages. One of these is the peculiar observance of avoiding the names of the rulers of a reigning dynasty. Substitutes had to be found for such tabooed words, if they happened to be words of everyday use. If a dynasty lasted for 300 or 400 years, the long usage of such substituted words could very often make the people regard them as more familiar forms than the original, tabooed words. For example, the legendary goddess of the moon was formerly called Hengyanjiu, but Heng, being the name of the third emperor of the Han dynasty, its synonym Chang, was used as a substitute, and the moon goddess came to be known as Hengyanjiu. The number of variations of her name was further multiplied by the phonological fact that the character which is now pronounced I or E was originally pronounced Ngo, so that the moon goddess sometimes appears as Chang'e, which only the philologist can recognize as the modern pronunciation of Chang'e, and which only the historian can explain as the equivalent of the ancient name Hengyanjiu. Thirdly, many of the variations are due to what may be called textual or typographical errors, errors of ancient scribes perpetuated in the later printed editions. On page 488 of this dictionary, for example, we are informed that one Central Asian city appears in Book 96 of the Han Shu as Isun, and in Book 79 of the same history as Isu, and that the name of an imperial architect appears in the Hohan Shu as Wusun, and in the Sanquechi as Wusu. The explanation is that the character Su may be written as which is easily confused with the character. The dictionary by Mr. Chu Chi is a rich source of information for all such variations, which are usually grouped under the most commonly known forms. Such head forms are arranged according to the rhyme groups to which the final syllables of the terms or phrases belong. The arrangement of the whole dictionary follows the order of rhyme groupings in the standard rhyme books. This is an old method commonly adopted by early compilers of reference books, and will surely be found to be very inconvenient to modern readers, who no longer undergo the difficult training of memorizing the irrational and archaic rhyme groupings. The General Index, which will be published in the second volume, and which will be arranged according to the number of strokes of the first syllable of every phrase or name, will do much to remedy this apparent defect. The work as a whole, no doubt, deserves the highest praise, and will stand as the monumental achievement of a single individual who has devoted the best part of his life to the altruistic labor of furnishing us with such a useful work of reference that may save generations from incalculable amount of tedious and wasteful toil. The scholarly comments and explanations which the author gives at the end of each group of cognate or related terms and phrases are usually very concise, and in most cases embody important results of philological and historical research and textual criticism. As one goes through this gigantic work, one cannot help regretting one group of important omissions, namely, the variations of Buddhist words and phrases, which very frequently trouble readers of Chinese literature and history. The inclusion of various transcriptions of Sanskrit terms in such a dictionary would not only greatly enhance its usefulness, but also help to familiarize the untrained reader in the phonological principles involved in the vast majority of the troublesome variations of the purely Chinese words. Essay in I believe, the personal philosophies of certain eminent men and women of our time. Clifton Fadiman edition, I believe, the personal philosophies of certain eminent men and women of our time. New York, Simon & Schuster, 1939. Pages 375 to 378. What do I now think of my own philosophy of life of almost 10 years ago? Have I grown dissatisfied with it? Or has it grown more real to me as a result of maturer experience? Needless to say, these last 10 years have been soul-stirring and heart-rending years in the annals of man, and in particular of my own people. I lived through the Japanese aggressions of 1931, 1932, 1933, and 1935. In November and December of 1935, the Japanese military attaché at Peiping repeatedly served demands on the mayor of Peiping that I be deported from North China, together with the chancellor of my university, because we were opposing and exposing Japanese intrigues to sever the northern provinces from the rest of China. In 1936, when I passed through Japan on my way back from America, the Japanese press greeted me as the most powerful leader of anti-Japanism in China. Yet, in all those years, I was frequently criticized and attacked in my own country for being too moderate and too pacifistic, and for advocating too great concessions to Japan. In 1937, both before and after the outbreak of the undeclared war, I worked hard for an 11th-hour effort to settle the outstanding issues between China and Japan by peaceful methods. During the first months of the war, I witnessed the first 31 air raids on Nanking, and on 2 occasions I was within short distances from where huge bombs exploded. When it became apparent that the conflagration was beyond control, I gave up my futile efforts of peace and openly supported China's war of resistance to Japanese aggression. I have temporarily forsaken my work in historical research and taken up war service, first as an unofficial observer abroad, and now as ambassador to the United States. In short, during these years, I have had to think and write seriously about the problems of national policy and international relations, problems of war and peace. Both as a citizen and publicist, and as a personal friend and critic to leaders in the government, I had to think and advise on issues which concern the national welfare and even the national existence of China. This experience has given me many occasions to test out one of the chief tenets of my own credo. Under the influence of Huxley and Dewey, I had worked out what I termed the concept of intellectual responsibility, the idea of holding oneself morally responsible for what one thinks and says. I had said, to think sluggishly, to think without strict regard to the antecedents and consequences of thought, to accept ready-made and unanalyzed concepts as premises of thinking, to allow personal factors unconsciously to influence one's thinking, or to fail to test one's ideas by working out their results is to be intellectually irresponsible. The discovery of a microscopic bacillus may benefit millions of people, but a wrong theory of political or social reconstruction may cause centuries of bloodshed. Huxley expressed it even more emphatically. The most sacred act of a man's life is to say and to feel I believe such and such to be true. All the greatest rewards and all the heaviest penalties of existence cling upon this act. When in the last 10 years I was compelled to think and write about national and international problems, I was fully aware of the tremendous responsibility of all social and political thinking, which to me means thinking and planning for a whole society, for a whole population of hundreds of millions, and in some cases for the whole world. All social and political theorizing deals with situations wherein a careless and dogmatic theory, if taken seriously, as many a careless and dogmatic theory has been taken seriously, may bring about an incalculable amount of confusion, retrogression, and misery. These situations and problems always remind me of the prince who asked Confucius if it were really possible that one saying could build up a state and another might ruin a country. We who live 24 centuries after Confucius can cite numerous examples of writings which at one time or another have made or unmade states and empires. In a sense, philosophers are kings. Kings reign only a short time, but philosophers sometimes may rule the mind and the destiny of mankind for ages. And all who now write or talk on social and political subjects, and who advise the public on national or international polity, are taking the place of ancient philosophers, who had no voice in the affairs of the day, but who thought and wrote only for a distant posterity. We who have a much better chance than the ancients to be listened to by the public, by the legislators, and by the governments, therefore, should be all the more imbued with a sense of moral responsibility for what we think and broadcast. Very often I have tried to remind myself and my friends that we who pose to think and plan for the nation should discipline ourselves in what may be called responsible thinking. Responsible thinking implies at least, first, the duty to verify our facts and check our evidences. Second, the humility to admit the possibility of error of our judgment and to guard against bias and dogmatism. And, thirdly, a willingness to work out as thoroughly as we can all the possible consequences that may follow the acceptance of our theory or policy, and to hold ourselves morally responsible for those consequences. Some such discipline seems particularly imperative when one thinks and advises a nation on matters as grave as war and peace. More often than not, pacifists are just as irresponsible in their thinking as the warmongers. And very often it is not wars, but the bad peace resulting therefrom that has caused more lasting resentment and hatred, and sown the seeds for future wars. Those statesmen, for example, who made the Peace of Versailles, and those American pacifists and isolationists who defeated Woodrow Wilson, discredited Wilsonism, and weakened the New World Order that had cost 8.5 million human lives to bring forth, have probably just as much to answer for the sorry state of the world today as the men who now dictate the policies of the aggressor nations. I do not say that such an attitude of intellectual responsibility will free us from error or fallacy in social and political thinking. Nor do I imagine that I myself was able always to practice such a discipline with success. I merely wish to state my own conviction, born of almost 10 years of painful observation and experience, that we who think for the public should have the sense of public duty to cultivate as far as possible such an attitude of responsible thinking. After all, this attitude is not new. Confucius said long ago, "Do your work reverently." And elsewhere he illustrated this attitude of reverence in these words: "When you go out of doors, act as if you were receiving a most honored guest. When you employ the people, act as if you were officiating at a great sacrificial ceremony. When we are called upon to speculate and plan on matters that involve the life and welfare of millions and generations, how dare we think irreverently?" Intellectual Preparedness. Unpublished manuscript. A commencement address at Union College, June 10, 1940. Also the commencement address before Purdue University in 1941. 1. After this memorable ceremony, you are to be classed with that privileged minority, the college graduates. This day marks not the conclusion or completion of a period of life, but rather the commencement of a new life, the beginning of real life and real responsibilities. As university graduates, you are expected to be a little different from the majority of the people who have not gone to college. You will be expected to talk strangely and to behave queerly. Some of you may not like to be regarded as different and queer. You may want to mix with the crowd and be identified with it. Let me assure you that it is very easy to go back to the crowd and be lost in it. You can do it in no time, if you so desire. In no time, you will become a good fellow, a good mixer, and the people, and you yourselves, will soon forget that you ever went to college. But, while a university education should certainly not make snobs and cranks of us, it is not a bad thing for us college graduates always to retain a wee bit of that distinctive mark which, I believe, it is the highest ambition of any educator or educational institution to imprint on us. What is this distinctive mark of a university man or woman? Most educators would probably agree that it is a more or less trained mind, a more or less disciplined way of thinking, which distinguishes, or ought to distinguish, the recipient of a higher education. A person with a trained mind looks at things critically, objectively, and with proper intellectual tools. He does not permit his prejudices and personal interests to color his views and influence his judgment. He is all the time curious, but he is never easily credulous. He does not rush to a hasty conclusion, nor does he lightly echo other people's opinions. He prefers to suspend judgment until he has had time to examine the facts and the evidences. A trained mind, in short, is one that has been disciplined to be a little incredulous, to be a little suspicious towards the easy snares of prejudice, dogmatism, and blind acceptance of tradition and authority. At the same time, a trained mind is never merely negative or destructive. It does not doubt for the sake of doubting, nor does it think all words are suspect and all judgments phony. It doubts in order to believe, in order to establish or re-establish belief on the firmer foundation of evidence and sound reasoning. Your 4 years of study, research, and laboratory work must have taught you some such habits of thinking independently, judging objectively, reasoning methodically, and believing evidentially. These are, and should be, the distinctive marks of a college man or a college woman. It is these characteristics which may make you appear different and queer, and which sometimes may make you unpopular, unwelcome, and even shunned and ostracized by the majority of the people in your community. Nevertheless, these somewhat troublesome traits are the very things which your alma mater would be most proud to have inculcated in you during the years of your sojourn here. More than your academic degree and your technical knowledge and skill in your specialized calling, these habits of intellectual discipline are the very things which, if I am not mistaken, it is your duty to cultivate in college and to carry home from these grounds and continue to practice and develop in all your life and activities. The great English scientist and philosopher Thomas H. Huxley has said, "The most sacred act of a man's life is to say and to feel I believe such and such to be true." All the greatest rewards and all the heaviest penalties of existence cling upon that act. The discipline and training of the mind in judgment, thought, and belief are necessary for your successful performance of this most sacred act of a man's life. The first question, therefore, that you should ask yourselves on such a memorable day is, have I been sufficiently trained in these intellectual disciplines which are expected of me as a recipient of university education? Am I intellectually well equipped and prepared to perform what Huxley termed the most sacred act of a man's life? 2. We must realize that this most sacred act of a man's life is at the same time an act of our daily necessity. As another English philosopher, John Stuart Mill, has said, everyone has daily, hourly, and momentary need of ascertaining facts which he has not directly observed. The business of the magistrate, of the military commander, of the navigator, of the physician, of the agriculturist, and, we may add, of the ordinary citizen, of the voter, is merely to judge of evidence and to act accordingly. As they do this, thinking or drawing inferences, well or ill, so they discharge well or ill the duties of their several callings. It is the only occupation in which the mind never ceases to be engaged. Because thinking is often a matter of daily and hourly need, it most easily degenerates into carelessness, indifference, and routine. A college education, after all, is rarely capable of inculcating in us a thoroughly mastered and lasting set of intellectual habits. Time is too short for that. The college graduate, after leaving behind him his laboratories and libraries, often feels that he has had enough hard work and laborious thinking, and is now entitled to a kind of intellectual holiday. He may be too busy or too lazy to keep up the little intellectual discipline he has barely learned but not yet fully mastered. He may not like to be marked out as a college-bred highbrow. He may find relief and even delight in baby talk and crowd reactions. At any rate, the college graduate, after leaving college, is subject to the most common danger of slipping back to sluggish and easygoing ways of thinking and believing. The most difficult problem for the university man or woman after leaving college, therefore, is how to continue to cultivate and master the laboratory and research attitude and technique of mind so that they may pervade his or her daily thought, life, and activities. There is no general formula which can serve as a safeguard against such relapses. But I am tempted to offer a simple device which has been found useful to myself and to some of my own students and friends. I would like to suggest that every college graduate should have one or two or more problems sufficiently interesting and intriguing as to demand his attention, study, research, or experimentation. All scientific achievement, as you all know, has come from problems that happen to have caught the curiosity and the imagination of a particular observer. It is not true that intellectual interest cannot be kept up without well-equipped libraries or laboratories. What laboratory and library equipment had Archimedes, Galileo, Newton, Faraday, or even Darwin or Pasteur? What was necessary was some intriguing problem which aroused his curiosity, defied his understanding, and challenged him to seek its solution. That challenge, that defiance, was enough to lead him on to collect materials, correlate observations, devise tools, and build up simple but adequate experiments and laboratories. In these days of well-equipped laboratories and museums, we can still stunt our intellectual growth simply by not taking interest in some challenging but inspiring problems. After all, for years of college education do not give us more than a peep into the vast realm of knowledge, explored and unexplored. Whatever subject we have majored in should not give us such a feeling of self-complacency as to think that there is no problem left unsolved in our particular field. He who leaves the gates of his alma mater without one or two intellectual problems to accompany him home and to haunt him from time to time in his waking hours is intellectually dead. This is my advice to you. On this memorable day, you should spend a few minutes to take an intellectual inventory of yourself and see to it that you should not go forward into this big world without being armed with one or two intellectual puzzles, which you resolve to solve. You can't take your professors with you, nor can you take your college libraries and laboratories with you. But you can take a few puzzling questions with you which will constantly disturb your intellectual complacency and lethargy, and which will give you no peace until you have finally attacked them and successfully dismissed them. Then, lo and behold, in tackling and solving these little puzzling problems, you not only are perfecting and mastering the techniques of thinking and research, but are at the same time opening up new intellectual horizons and achieving new scientific heights. 3. This little device of always having a few intriguing problems to challenge you serves many a purpose. It keeps alive your intellectual interest throughout life. It opens up new avocational interests, new hobbies. It lifts your daily life above the level of routine and drudgery. It often gives you a delightful taste of that intellectual rapture when you, in the stillness of the night, suddenly succeed in solving one of your difficult pet problems, and feel like waking up your household and shouting at them, "Eureka! Eureka!" But the most important use of this practice of problem-seeking and problem-solving lies in its serving to train our faculties, to sharpen our wits, and thereby to thoroughly master the laboratory and research method and technique. The mastery of the technique of thinking may lead you to achieve original intellectual heights, but at the same time it should also gradually pervade your life and make you a better judge in the performance of your daily activities. It should make you a better citizen, a more intelligent voter, a more enlightened reader of the newspapers, and a more competent critic of current events, national or international. This training is most important to you, because you are citizens and voters in a democracy. You are living in a time of soul-stirring and heart-rending events, of wars that threaten to destroy the very foundations of your government and civilization. And you are swamped on all sides by powerful watertight ideologies, subtle propaganda, and willful falsifications of history. In this whirlwind kind of a world, you are expected to form your judgments, make your decisions, cast your votes, and play your part. You are warned to be constantly on your guard against sinister propaganda. But how are you going to guard yourselves against propaganda, when the very persons who thus warn you are often themselves professional propagandists, only for a different brand of canned goods, equally ready-made and equally hermetically sealed? You are told, for example, that all the idealistic slogans of the last World War, such as war to make the world safe for democracy, and war to end all wars, are all bunk and smoke screens. But the same debunkers want us all to believe that American participation in the last World War was brought about by the money lenders and war profiteers in the defense of the American dollar and the British pound. To take another group of examples, you have been brought up on the belief that your form of government of the people, which respects individual human liberty, and in particular protects the freedom of thought, belief, expression, and publication, is one of the greatest achievements of mankind. But you are now told by the new prophets of our own age that democratic representative government is only a necessary concomitant phenomenon of the capitalistic system of economics, and has no intrinsic merits, nor permanent value, and that individual liberty is not necessarily desirable, and should be subordinated and even suppressed in the interest of collective well-being and power. These and many other antitheses are found everywhere, and are confusing your thoughts and paralyzing your actions. How are you preparing to meet all these? Surely not by closing your eyes and ears to them. Surely not by merely taking shelter under the good old traditional beliefs, for tradition itself is being challenged and attacked. Surely not by accepting wholeheartedly any one of the ready-made and watertight systems of thought and belief, for, while such a dogmatic system may spare you the further trouble of independent thinking, it will so encase and enslave your mind that you will henceforth remain intellectually an automaton. The only way in which you may hope to maintain some mental balance and poise, and to be able to exercise some independent judgment of your own, is to train your mind and master a technique of free reflective thinking. It is in these days of intellectual confusion and anarchy that we can more fully appreciate the value and efficacy of the intellectual discipline which will enable us to seek the truth that will make us free. There is no mystery about this discipline or technique. It is the same methodology which you have learned in the laboratories, and which your best teachers have practiced all their lives and have taught you in your research papers. It is the scientific method of research and experimentation. It is the same method which you will learn to use in all your attempts to solve the little intellectual puzzles which I advise you always to have with you. It is this same method which, when thoroughly drilled into us, will enable us to think more clearly and more competently about the social, economic, and political problems that we must face squarely every day. In its essence, this scientific technique consists of a most solicitous regard for the control and testing of all suggestions, ideas, and theories by their consequences. All thinking begins with a perplexing problem or situation. Ideas are welcome as hypothetical suggestions for the solution of such a perplexity. But every hypothesis must be tested out by working out all the possible consequences which must result from its adoption. That hypothesis, the consequences of which will most satisfactorily overcome the original perplexities, is to be accepted as the best and truest solution. Such is the essence of scientific thinking in all physical, historical, and social sciences. The greatest fallacy of men is to imagine that social and political problems are so simple and easy, that they do not require the rigid disciplines of the scientific method, and that they can be judged and solved by the rule of thumb. Exactly the opposite is the truth. Social and political problems are problems that involve the fate and welfare of millions of human beings. Just because of their tremendous complexity and importance, they are so difficult that they are to this day not yet amenable to exact quantitative measurement and exact method of testing and experimentation. Even the most scrupulous care and rigid methodology do not insure against error. But these difficulties do not exempt or excuse us from tackling these gigantic social and political problems with as much conscientiousness and critical insight as we can possibly apply to them. 2,500 years ago, a prince asked Confucius these questions: "Is there anyone saying that can build up a kingdom? And is there anyone saying that can wreck a kingdom?" Social and political thinking always reminds me of these two questions asked of Confucius. For social and political thinking invariably means thinking and planning for a whole nation, for a whole society, or for the whole world. Therefore, all social and political theorizing deals with situations wherein a careless or dogmatic theory, if taken seriously, may bring about an incalculable amount of confusion, retrogression, war and devastation, situations wherein one saying may actually bless a state and another may actually wreck an empire. Only the other day Mr. Hitler issued an order to his armies, which he said would determine the fate of his country and his people for the next 1,000 years. But it is not Mr. Hitler alone whose thinking determines the life and death of millions of people. All of you here should have to think about your national and international problems, who have to make choice in your coming local and national elections, who have to form opinions or make decisions on problems of war and peace. Yes, you too are thinking in situations wherein the rightness or wrongness of your thinking may affect the welfare of millions of people, and may directly or indirectly determine the fate of the world and its civilization for 1,000 years to come. It is, therefore, the sacred duty of us all, as members of that privileged minority of university men and women, to prepare ourselves seriously and competently to undertake our everyday thinking and judging in a time like this, and in a world like this. It is our sacred duty to discipline ourselves to think responsibly. Responsible thinking implies at least these three elemental requirements. First, the duty to verify our facts and check our evidences. Second, the humility to admit the possibility of error of our judgment and to guard against bias and dogmatism. And, thirdly, a willingness to work out as thoroughly as we can all the possible consequences that may follow the acceptance of our view or theory, and to hold ourselves morally responsible for those consequences. To think sluggishly, to allow personal and partisan factors unconsciously to influence our thinking, to accept ready-made and unanalyzed ideas as premises of thinking, or to fail to test one's ideas by working out their possible consequences is to be guilty of intellectual irresponsibility. Are you prepared to perform this most sacred act of your life, thinking responsibly? A historian looks at Chinese painting. Asia. May 1941. Volume 41. Number 5. Pages 215 to 218. I know practically nothing of Chinese art in general and Chinese painting in particular, but I have a notion that Chinese art might be studied as an integral part of the history of Chinese culture. In particular, I am curious to find out whether I could apply to the study of Chinese art certain general conclusions which I have found useful in my researches in the history of Chinese literature. Every new development in Chinese literature can be traced in a cycle of 4 stages. Every new form has its origin among the common people. It achieves great vitality through the bold and free experimentation and revision by numberless, nameless artists of the people. It attains maturity only when master minds of the educated class are attracted to adopt the new form as their own and give it a depth in content and perfection in form. And, finally, it reaches the stage of decadence when it becomes the object of blind imitation and conservative solidification. The Chinese novel, for example, undoubtedly had its origin in the popular tales and recitals of the street and the marketplace. Eventually, gifted writers of the scholarly class, attracted by the great tales of unknown authors, retouched them and made them the masterpieces which have remained bestsellers for centuries. Then came a period, from the 17th century down, when Chinese novelists produced great novels of their own, novels of political satire, family life, and social problems. The Chinese novel has not yet reached its stage of decadence. The history of Chinese drama is even more instructive. The drama was for a long time a form of popular entertainment. The first actors were men and women of lowliest social standing. Then came the period of Mongol conquest, first of North China, then of South China, during which Chinese scholars with classical training often had no legitimate channel for civic advancement. Some of these scholars condescended to retouch plays, or write original plays for the popular stage. These were usually in 4 or 5 acts, written to meet the requirements of time and space for such entertainment. Because of the adoption of this popular literary form by some of the foremost writers of the age, the best dramas of the Yuan period can be ranked among the great masterpieces of the world. In later periods, many literary men wrote poetic dramas, but, dissociated from the players and directors of the popular stage, they were no longer writing dramas for production. They were writing interminable narrative verses in a dead language. The age of the great dramas had passed. During the past 2 centuries, various local types of popular drama have been developed, but none of these has been accepted by men of letters. Consequently, the popular stage of the past 200 years has produced no drama of literary worth. One of the questions which often puzzles the student of the history of Chinese art is, why has China been deficient in certain arts while she excels in others? Why, for example, has China never achieved a higher level of development in architecture and in music? Why of all the plastic and graphic arts has China been most successful in painting? And why in the field of painting has China developed landscape farther than any other branches of painting? Questions like these do not present serious difficulties to us students of the history of Chinese literature. China is deficient in those arts which have remained throughout the centuries in the hands of uneducated artisans, and which have not had the illuminating touch of men of advanced education, rich experience, and refined taste, as well as native artistic genius. Architecture and music are the 2 outstanding examples of undeveloped art in China. All ancient schools of Chinese thought unanimously condemned extravagant public expenditure on architectural grandeur. They praised the primitive rustic simplicity of the houses wherein the legendary sage rulers were supposed to have lived, and they taught that rulers lavishing the taxpayers' money on high roofs and carved walls were destined to ruin their kingdoms by their extravagance. This almost universal condemnation was temporarily swept away during the long period of domination of Buddhism and later of Taoism. In the medieval period, wealthy and influential followers of both religions vied with one another in the building of temples and monasteries. The splendor and grandeur of Buddhist temples and monasteries were described in detail in Yang Suanqia's Luoyang Qilan Qi, the Buddhist temples and monasteries of Luoyang, which was completed in 547 AD and which was one of the very few Chinese books that expressed almost unreserved praise for the architectural beauty of Buddhist places of worship and meditation. Orthodox Chinese Confucianist thought, however, continued to censure vast expenditures on either imperial palaces or religious edifices. Because of this strong prejudice on the part of the scholarly class, China has produced no great architect of the scientific and creative type. There has been no serious work on architecture by Chinese scholars. Even the famous Ing Sao Fa Shihofli Ming Chung was merely a great compilation of the existing architectural forms and devices, but it was not an original contribution. It was only in recent centuries that a few artistic minds of the scholarly class took some interest in landscape gardening. But on the whole, architecture, the art least influenced by the educated class, has progressed little beyond the traditional empirical craft of the practicing carpenter and mason. The same reason can explain the backwardness of Chinese music and sculpture. Those of us who are familiar with the great emphasis which Confucius and his early followers laid on music often cannot understand how this art failed to attain a higher level of development in subsequent ages. My own explanation is that the exaltation of music and dance by the early Confucianist school was overshadowed by two counterforces: the religious school of Mot, which condemned all fine arts as useless extravagance, and the naturalistic teachings of Laozi, Chuangzi, and other Taoistic philosophers, who condemned music and the other fine arts as the distracting devices of an artificial civilization. Moreover, as the educated class overemphasized bookish knowledge and purely literary pursuits, music came to be regarded no longer as an important part of the education of a gentleman, but only as the art of the professional entertainer. The government and the orthodoxy of Confucianism continued religiously to preserve the most ancient musical instruments, which were to be played once a year in the temple of Confucius. Nobody knew, nor cared to know, how they were played or what they played. And all modern music and all modern musical instruments were sweepingly despised as vulgar and improper. All these arts came from the people, reached a certain level of development, and then ceased to grow. But, whenever men of education and refined taste could overcome prejudice and actively take up any one of these arts, their participation often produced periods of marked progress. Such was the case of the development in landscape gardening during the 16th and 17th centuries, of religious sculpture and modeling during certain periods of medieval China, and of musical revival, and its effect on the operatic dramas in the 16th and 17th centuries. The development of porcelain is even more strikingly illustrative. Every period of great progress in Chinese porcelain has been the result of active participation by cultivated artists under imperial patronage. The Ming pottery was essentially the product of unlettered workers, who had a primitive delight in the loud colors and vulgar designs. But the masterpieces of the early Tianjin period were the result of refined taste, artistic design, and careful study and experimentation by the best artistic talent which the wealth and power of the empire could command. When that imperial patronage and supervision declined, Chinese porcelain was again relegated to the level of a commercial craft. It has been said that painting is the preeminent art of China. The historical fact is that painting happens to be the art preeminently suited to the life and training of the Chinese scholar and man of letters. Chinese painting requires the same skill and mastery in the wielding of the brush which the Chinese scholar must acquire in learning to write well. In fact, writing is almost the only occupation in which even the most bookish scholar must use his hands. This is the main reason, I think, why calligraphy and painting are the only two fine arts which the scholarly class in China has taken up and developed to such heights. Yet it must have been a long time before the Chinese scholar discovered that his writing brush was essentially the same as the coarser brush of the house painter, and that the skill he had acquired in the art of writing was the best preparation and training for painting. Historically, it actually took many centuries for the Chinese scholar to be sufficiently interested in the art of painting to make it his own. For, whereas calligraphy had long become an essential part of the scholar's life, painting in ancient China was still regarded as the work of the hired artisan. Even the portrait painter was a craftsman of no social standing. The following episode in the life of the great artist-statesman Yen Lipeng shows that, even as late as the 7th century, the term painter, huaxi, or master of painting, was still distasteful and distressing to a scholar. One day, when the Emperor Taichung had a boating party on the palace lake, his attention was attracted by a group of beautiful birds alighting and floating on the water. He told his guests to write poems to celebrate the occasion, and sent for the artist Yen Lipeng to paint the birds in color. The court couriers shouted the emperor's order in relay, "Call the painter, huaxi, Yen Lipeng." Yen, who was then already an official of some rank, hurried to the palace, knelt by the lake shore, mixed his dyes, and began to paint the birds. When he looked up and saw his colleagues sitting in the emperor's boat, he felt ashamed of himself and his art. When Yen returned to his home, he said to his sons, "I have pursued the scholarly life ever since my boyhood, but I am now appreciated only through my paintings, and am treated on the same level as the servants and hired laborers. I want you never to learn my art." Historically, painting came to be adopted by the men of letters through two channels, religion and literature. The almost national conversion to Buddhism after the 3rd century AD brought into being a vast number of Buddhist temples and monasteries, which were invariably filled with mural paintings depicting episodes in the life of the Buddha, or stories from the sutras. Most of the pictures were painted by professional decorators. But because these episodes were taken from the Buddhist scriptures, scholarship was necessary to understand and interpret them. As the new religion reached the best families of the nation, the influence of the Buddhist laity was gradually felt in the improvement or refinement of both the literature and the art of Chinese Buddhism. Talented and learned artists of high standing were invited or voluntarily offered to undertake the religious murals for the great temples and monasteries, which were intended as an effective means of religious education for people. Stories were told of such mural paintings by Ku Kai-chi of the 4th century AD, Chang Xingyu of the 6th century, Wu Taozu of the 8th century, and others. In addition to the influence of religion, there were taking place in this formative age of Chinese art, philosophical and literary movements, which also played no mean part in the development of Chinese painting. The prevailing school of Chinese thought during the 3rd, 4th, and 5th centuries was philosophical naturalism, vaguely called Taoism. It was in terms of this philosophical naturalism that Buddhist philosophical concepts and ideas were made intelligible to the Chinese student. This naturalistic philosophy, however, had no interest either in the extravagant architectural splendor and grandeur of the Buddhist temples, or in the gaudy or horrifying pictorial representations of the bliss of paradise or the horror of hell. It was making itself felt in the rise of a new school of poetry in the 5th century, which was called the poetry of Shan Shui, mountain and water. The leading representatives of this new poetry were Tao Qian d. 427 and Si Lingyun d. 433. These poets were writing of what they had seen and felt in the flowing streams, the singing waterfalls, the mist, the snow, the rugged rocks, and the fallen leaves. It was from this school of poetry that Chinese landscape painting derived its name Shan Shui. Buddhism underwent fundamental and radical transformation after the 8th century, when the Chan or Zen movement sought to sweep away all the formalism, verbalism, and ritualism of Mahayana Buddhism by its esoteric and frankly iconoclastic philosophy. Much of the imagery and ritualism of earlier Buddhism survived, but they no longer attracted the great painters. The age of religious painting had passed. Religious fervor and the demand for religious paintings awakened the interest of the scholarly class in painting, but, even at the height of the medieval religions, Chinese artists were already broadening the scope of painting by devoting more and more attention to such secular objects as landscapes, human portraits, animals, and still life. The existing works of the poets and prose writers of the Tang dynasty furnish us with much material for our understanding of the history of Chinese painting during the most important period. The poetry of Wang Wei, for example, gives us the best evidence of the intimate connection between the Shan Shui poetry and the Shan Shui painting. There is poetry in his painting, and there is painting in his poetry. This verdict of the critics best sums up the spirit and ideal of the landscape school both in poetry and in painting. But the Tang records also show us that the painting of that age was essentially realistic in its discipline and technique, and still far away from the impressionistic and poetic art of later periods. Tu Fu, who died in 770, described his artist friend Wang Shan Shui painting in these lines. It takes him 10 days to paint a stream, and 5 days to draw a rock. He refuses to be pressed or hurried. Only in this way will he consent to give us his realistic pictures. In his famous Ode to General Cao Pa, Tu Fu tells us that this great painter, who retouched the imperial series of portraits of the founders of the empire, was a most painstaking painter of horses, and was the teacher of Han Kan, another great painter of horses. In the same poem, we are told that General Cao Pa was fond of making portraits of the people he met and liked, and that, during the war-stricken years in the middle of the 8th century, he even condescended to sketch the faces of the ordinary men of the street. A later poet, Su Shi, quotes Han Kan as saying that his real teachers were the hundreds of horses in the imperial stables. It was this realism, Shui Chen, in depicting secular, natural and living subjects, which laid the foundation for the development of the freer school of painting in a later age. With the decline of the medieval religions, with the development of the great schools of Zen Buddhism, and with the revival and spread of secular learning through the invention of the printed book, the Chinese Renaissance was entering its period of maturity during the northern and southern Sung dynasties. It was during this period that the Imperial Academy of Court Painters was founded first in the north and then in the south. And it was during the same period that Chinese literary men's painting first achieved its highest development in the hands of such great geniuses as Su Shi, Mi Fei, and Wen Tung. For the first time, color was consciously abandoned in favor of the black and white sketches, and realistic delineation of the object was consciously considered secondary to the impressionistic grasp and expression of the idea and the spirit. It was Su Shi, 1036–1101, who gives us this famous dictum: "To judge a painting by the standard of bodily likeness is as naive as the thinking of a child." How far has Chinese painting broken away from the realistic art of the house decorator, and even from Siho's 6 canons? This does not mean that the impressionistic artists did not have to go through the necessary discipline of a realistic portrayal of objects. On the contrary, the great painters since the time of Su Shi have always been great draftsmen, masterly wielders of the brush and careful students of the anatomy of objects. But they have sought to achieve more by transcending mere bodily likeness, by eliminating what they consider as non-essential, and by concentrating on, or even exaggerating, what they endeavor to express. As an early 19th century painter of bamboo has expressed it, "The bamboos are my teachers. I do not imitate the old masters. When the hand, the eye, and the mind arrive together, there under the brush the spirit is expressed." The above account practically amounts to a defense of the preeminence of the literary men's painting which years ago certain art critics both in America and in Japan tried to discredit and even condemn. I have tried to show that Chinese painting has followed a historical development quite similar to that of many movements in the history of Chinese literature. The moral of this historical lesson has been that, while the art had its origin in professional artisans and craftsmen, it has achieved the greatest altitude and depth only when it has become the medium of expression of the thought and experience of the greatest cultivated minds of the times. The achievement of Chinese painting has been possible only because it embodies the best contribution of the best minds of the nation throughout the ages. But the moral does not stop there. In Chinese painting, as in every phase of Chinese literature, decadence sets in when free and creative experimentation gives way to slavish imitation and conservative solidification. Too much of Chinese painting was the product of unintelligent imitation by dilettantes or commercialized craftsmen. In every period of such complacent decadence, it was always the creative or eccentric artists, such as the prince monks of the 17th century or the cranky artists of Yanqiao in the 18th century, who startled the art world with their bold creations and brought Chinese painting once more out of its slumbers of complacency and commonplace. Without these creative minds, Chinese painting could not have achieved its many renaissances. The Chinese Art Society. Pamphlet. New York, Chinese Art Society of America, 1944. 10 pages. Inaugural address delivered at the Chinese Art Society of America, November 17, 1944. The founding and inauguration of the Chinese Art Society take place in the midst of a terrible global war which has lasted 7 years and a half in the China theater, 5 years in the European theater, and fully 3 years since the attack on Pearl Harbor and the forced participation of the United States in practically all fronts. It seems such an unwarranted luxury for all of us to tear ourselves away from our anxious concern in the war, and turn once more to the contemplation and enjoyment of our favorite art objects from China and pledge ourselves in a new bond of comradeship for the advancement of the study and understanding of their historical development and their underlying philosophy. All this seems so unreal in wartime. Yet, when you look at this new undertaking in the proper light, you will agree with me that we need not apologize for our presence here tonight. We are assembled here to inaugurate a kind of war work and a kind of post-war planning. It is war work, because we recognize Chinese art as one of the most important keys to the mutual understanding and friendship between two of the great fighting allies in the war, China and the United States. It is serious war work, because at this critical hour every effort to maintain and enhance this mutual understanding and friendship is urgently needed in our common fight against our common enemy. And it is also post-war planning, because we want to continue and perpetuate that understanding and friendship in the decades and centuries to come, when our two peoples must work together for a better world and a better associated life. Some months ago, I was asked to make a speech in Chicago on the foundations of friendship between China and America. I made that speech in April, but I have ever since been thinking about that topic. What have been the historical factors that form the foundation of Sino-American friendship? My present answer is that this unique friendship has stood upon four foundation stones. First, nearly a century of non-aggressive, friendly and helpful policy on the part of the United States government toward China. Second, nearly a century of American missionary work, especially in the field of general education, modern medicine and surgery, and the education of women. Third, 70 years of education of selected young men and women in the best American universities and colleges. In addition to these three, there has been a fourth and equally important foundation stone, namely the 50 or 60 years of collecting, exhibiting, and studying of the works of Chinese art by the American museums, private collectors, and individual scholars. As I traveled in this country from coast to coast, from Boston and Cambridge, New York and Washington, through the Midwest, through Chicago and Kansas City, to Minneapolis, Seattle, San Francisco, and Los Angeles, everywhere I could notice and realize the widespread interest and warm appreciation of Chinese art on the part of the American people. Everywhere I was deeply conscious of the historic fact that the many excellent collections of Chinese porcelain, Chinese bronze and jade, Chinese sculpture and painting in those centers of population and culture had long served as Chinese cultural ambassadors to the American people, and had laid a better and firmer foundation of friendship and understanding than any missionary or diplomat can possibly hope to do. Therefore, in organizing this new society, we are only pledging to add our bit to this great foundation work of Sino-American friendship and understanding through the study and appreciation of the art of China. This renewal of effort in the direction of a better understanding of China is particularly needed today. We are aware that in recent months, China has had her full share of adverse criticism in the American press. China, which was the first nation to take up the fight against the aggressors, and which has fought aggression the longest, has now become probably the most unpopular, the most severely criticized of all the United Nations. In such an atmosphere of severe criticism against China, we are holding the first meeting of the Chinese Art Society. In rekindling public interest in Chinese art, we are in fact redirecting public attention to some of the fundamental phases in China's national life and civilization, which transcend all momentary vicissitudes of war and politics. Only 3 days ago, the New York Times, in an editorial on a tragic subject, has these encouraging words to say: "There seems to be something within the Chinese people that keeps them from despair, some profound conviction that their nation cannot be destroyed." What is that something within the Chinese people which keeps them from despair? The study of the history of Chinese art may furnish us with at least a partial answer. Think of the works of such patriot artists as Chung Tzu and Wang Min under the Mongol conquest, or Shitao or Pada Shanjin under the Manchu conquest. What a time they lived in! And yet, how they worked at their art as a medium of expression for their national consciousness, their loyalty, their hope, and their humor. A people who in their artistic creations display so much genuine love of nature and love of freedom cannot be conquered by force. A people whose artistic history shows an unbroken continuity of 3,000 years of cultural heritage and vitality, a continuity which has never meant stagnant and slavish adherence to tradition, but which has always allowed and encouraged originality, freedom, and bold experimentation. Such a people cannot help cherishing some profound conviction that their nation cannot be destroyed. In this sense, our meeting tonight and the work of the Society in the future may be considered as a form of war work, in that all this tends to bring about better understanding between China and her great Western allies. The work of our Society, of course, lies mainly in the future. In that sense, our work is a kind of post-war planning. What do we plan to do in this great field of Chinese art? The wealth of China and Japan is destroyed by the war. The centers of art collections in China are all in ruins. The former wealthy collectors of Peking, Shanghai, Suzhou, Nanking, Hangzhou, Nansun, Hong Kong, Canton are fast selling their art treasures for a mere pittance of depreciated money. And the cities of Japan, where much of this treasure has gone, will certainly be bombed and destroyed before the war is over. It is inevitable that many, if not all, of the art treasures in China and Japan will be lost. And it is also likely that because of financial inflation and hard times in the years immediately following the war, many of the art objects that survived this war will probably pass into American museums and homes. It is quite conceivable, therefore, that, within the next decade or so, America may become the richest storehouse of the best Chinese bronze, sculpture, and painting in the world. What are you planning to do with your vast collections of Chinese art? As an ignoramus in art, but speaking as a historian, I would like very much to suggest, on this propitious occasion, that the Chinese Art Society devote itself to the great work of a complete systematic survey of Chinese art in America. I suggest that the Society raise a working fund and appoint an expert committee to conduct this survey, which should result in a completely illustrated union catalogue of all the Chinese bronze vessels, sculptures, paintings, and porcelain in the American museums and private collections. The catalogue should be descriptive rather than critical. It should make full use of the best technique of modern photography. In the case of bronze vessels bearing inscriptions, the inscriptions should be shown, not necessarily with translations. In the case of paintings, the cataloging should aim at inclusiveness and completeness rather than strict authenticity in identification and dating. It may be found that the most reliable method of achieving authoritative identification and dating is through exact photographing of the spurious as well as the authentic. The usefulness of such a survey need not be elaborated to such an expert assembly. I believe that such a comprehensive survey is the first step toward a systematic and scientific study of Chinese art in all its branches. It is the only means to lay a scientific foundation for future advancement in our knowledge and understanding of Chinese art. Let us take the bronze vessels as illustration. Because of the recent planned excavations at Anyang by Chinese archaeologists, and because of the rapid advancement in the knowledge of the oracular bone writings of the Shang period, there has been a great development in contemporary Chinese scholarship in the study of the bronze vessels of both the Shang and Zhou peoples. Much of this progress has been due to increased facilities of photographing and description of bronze vessels in China and Japan in the years before the war. This new native scholarship will be found useful or even indispensable to American scholars who wish to study Chinese bronze historically and scientifically. A systematic cataloging and exact photographing of the vast number of bronze vessels now scattered all over America will make it possible for trained scholars, both in China and in America, to compare and exchange their findings and thereby to achieve new advancement of knowledge by obtaining more materials for comparison and study. An isolated piece of bronze in a private home or in a showcase or storeroom of a museum can become an important link in historical and archaeological knowledge only when it is made accessible, through exact photographing, to comparative study by competent scholars. The same is true of the study of Chinese paintings. A union catalog of paintings and exact photographic reproductions will no doubt furnish a fresh start in the advancement of more exact knowledge in this difficult field. It will surely render great help to the museum experts and private collectors themselves by thus gathering together so much material for comparison and critical examination. It is through such comprehensive comparative studies that we may hope to arrive at some reliable criteria of critical identification and dating of the works of individual painters. In 1603, Ku Ping, a Chinese painter of high standing, published a remarkable work entitled Ku's Book of Paintings. It consists of 106 paintings and exquisite woodcuts representing 106 great artists from Ku Kaichi down to the 16th century. Being a master painter himself, he devoted many years to the work of making his own copies in standard size from what he considered authentic paintings of the old masters, and had these copies exactly and beautifully traced on wood. This novel idea of preserving the old masters by hand copies cut on wood, Ku Ping tells us, he got from his friend Chun Su, the great-great-uncle of the famous 18th-century scholar Chun Suong, who wrote a lengthy preface to this work. From this preface, I quote these passages. The preservation and transmission of famous paintings present many difficult problems. Because the Song and Yuan painters have become so popular, there have been many imitators who dared to pass on their forgeries as original works of the old masters. And because young artists rarely have the privilege to see the original works of the great masters, they are learning their art through the poor and spurious copies. Therefore, those of us who wish to go back to the old masters must establish the ideal standards by means of exact reproductions of the great works. It is strange that the world willingly accepts ancient calligraphy through reprints from stone, but refuses to study paintings except in their original form. Does the world really think that the paintings on paper and silk are protected by the gods, and therefore can survive the ravages of time even better than bronze and stone? That, of course, is impossible. The only possible way is, therefore, to apply to paintings the method which has been used for the preservation and transmission of the knowledge of bronze vessels and early calligraphy, namely, to have the paintings carved on wood or stone. If there could be a work which would preserve the paintings of the old masters in exact copies or prints that would rival the sung prints of early calligraphy and of ancient bronze, then the famous paintings of ancient and modern times, through these authentic copies, would be able to reach a larger public and achieve a longer posterity, and, at the same time, to serve as criteria for the detection of the spurious forgeries. What Chun Su and Ku Ping wished to do with paintings 340 years ago, indeed, what the Emperor Huicheng of the Sung dynasty wished to do with bronze and jade 820 years ago, we can do much more exactly and scientifically today with both bronze and paintings, and indeed with all objects of Chinese art. Shall we not try it? Forward to How to Cook and Eat in Chinese. Bui Yang Chao, How to Cook and Eat in Chinese. New York, John Day, 1945. Pages 7 to 9. Long, long ago, Confucius made this observation: there is no one who does not eat and drink, but few there are who can appreciate taste. This observation is all the more remarkable because it came from a man who elsewhere declared that he could enjoy life even though he had only coarse food to eat, and water to drink, and his own bended arm to pillow. The essence of Chinese cooking lies in the traditional insistence that food must have taste or flavor even though the materials used may be the most common and inexpensive kind of fish or vegetable. It is taste which gives joy in eating. And it is the art of the housewife, the cook, or the gourmet to work out the ways and means to give taste to food. A Chinese gourmet of the 8th century AD has left us this dictum: every eating material can be made palatable provided that it is given the proper cooking time. Waho, literally fire timing. Please note that this expert did not say that palatability depended upon the use of the right kind of seasoning or flavoring materials. It is the proper fire timing which really counts in all good cooking. Good cooking, says Mrs. Chow, consists in making the best use of the eating material. The cooking materials should only enhance the natural taste of the eating material and not take its place. In these words, our author has summed up the art and the philosophy of Chinese cooking. All the 21 principal methods of cooking described in this book, from the slow and time-consuming red cooking and clear simmering to the quick and impressionistic stir-frying and plunging, are in reality gradations in fire timing. Mrs. Bui Yang Chao has prepared a really wonderful book on Chinese cooking. Her chapters on cooking materials and methods of cooking are masterpieces of analysis and synthesis. With the help of her daughter and her husband, who is an artist with the written word, she has created a new terminology, a new vocabulary, without which the art of Chinese cooking cannot be adequately introduced to the Western world. Some of the new terms like défrichures, stir-frying, meating, plunging, and a host of others, I venture to predict, will come to stay as the chaos contributions to the English language. Of course, I am not qualified to pass judgment on her recipes, not even to praise them. But I must tell a story to testify to the accuracy of her descriptions. I happened to be at Mrs. Chow's house just before she returned the galley proofs of her book to the publisher. I picked up one sheet at random and read the tail end of a recipe. "Why," I exclaimed, "this must be the huichou pot." When I found the preceding page, there it was, the title huichou pot, which, I believe, Mrs. Chow had learned from my wife, and which was nostalgically familiar to me. 23 years ago, I was one of the 2 friends who had the honor to serve as witnesses at the wedding of Dr. and Mrs. Yuan Chow. The unconventional bride cooked the dinner for the 4 of us. Since that memorable evening, I must have partaken at least 100 meals prepared by Mrs. Chow. She has become not only a truly excellent cook, but, as this book testifies, an analytical and scientific teacher of Chinese cooking. It is, therefore, as a family friend and an appreciative taster of her food that I now have the pleasure of presenting her book to the English-speaking world. Chinese Cooking, as Mrs. Chow tells us in the introduction, is not difficult to learn. A little thinking and a little willingness to experiment will go very far. Here is what our author has to say about roasting chestnuts. Roast chestnuts are never good in America. They crack and stay raw because of uneven and interrupted heating. In China, chestnuts are roasted in sand. The hot sand, stirred all the time, surrounds the chestnuts on all sides with medium heat. In the course of time, the meat becomes soft and fragrant like well-baked sweet potatoes. All of her hundreds of recipes, like this one on roasting chestnuts in hot sand, represent the successful results of thinking and experimentation on the part of numberless frugal and ingenious men and women. They are now precisely recorded for the benefit and enjoyment of all those who would approach them in the spirit of willingness to think and experiment. Chong Poling, A Biographical Tribute. China Magazine. June 1946. Pages 14 to 26. I have no special talent, nor have I acquired advanced skill in any particular field. The little measure of success I have had in my lifelong endeavors is entirely due to the simple fact that I have faith and interest in education. This is Chong Poling's description of himself. He often quotes, apparently with relish, the observations made by a Korean friend who once said, Chong Poling is a very simple man who cannot emulate the clever manipulations of his brilliant contemporaries, but who by standing on solid soil and working very hard, achieves success in his own work. Starting with 5 pupils in a private school, when he was only 22 years old, his middle school had 1,000 students in 1917, when he was 41. In 1936, when he was 60, the Nankai schools, now comprising the middle schools for boys and girls, a primary school, the university and graduate school, had 3,000 students. When, in 1937, the Japanese destroyed his schools in Tientsin, he had already started a new middle school in Chungking, which in the course of a few years has grown to be once more the greatest middle school in China with an enrollment of 1,600. A naval cadet. Chong Poling was born in Tientsin on April 5, 1876. His father was a talented scholar who loved music and enjoyed life. He was an accomplished player on the pipa and a master of archery on horseback. Having spent a fair family fortune on the pleasures of life, the elder Chong was forced to earn his living by teaching young children. Poling, his eldest son by a second marriage, was born in poverty. The father, who considered his own life a complete failure, was determined to give his son a good Chinese education and a strict moral discipline. At the age of 13, Chong Poling, thanks to his father's good teaching of written Chinese, passed the entrance examination at the Peiyang Naval School, which was then in the hands of a remarkable group of English-educated men, including Yen Fu, the future translator of Adam Smith, Thomas Huxley, John Stuart Mill and Herbert Spencer, and Wu Guangqian, the future writer of a number of scientific textbooks and translator of Dumas and Gibbon. Because of his youth and his good record in Chinese, Chong was admitted to the navigation class. He worked hard and always took first place in the examinations. Among his favorite teachers was a Scotchman named MacLeish, whose thoroughness in teaching coupled with a personal interest in his pupils left a lasting impression on him. After 5 years in the naval school, Chong Poling graduated in 1894 at the head of his class. He was only 18. But in that year, the Chinese Navy was defeated and destroyed in the First Sino-Japanese War. There was no ship for his advanced training. He had to go home to wait for a year before he was taken on the naval training ship Tongchi, on which he served as a cadet officer for 3 years. It was on board the Tongchi that Chang Poling experienced one of the most unforgettable episodes of China's national humiliation, which brought about in him, and finally led to his decision to leave the Navy and devote his life to education. Under 3 flags. In those years immediately following China's defeat by Japan, the great imperialistic powers of Europe were striving to compete with Japan in securing by force territorial concessions from China. With various territorial seizures, Russia, Germany, Great Britain, and France were mapping out their spheres of influence in China. The partitioning of the Chinese Empire was openly and frequently discussed everywhere. It was at Weihaiwei, on the northeastern coast of Shantung, that young Chang Poling was made to realize most vividly and indelibly the depth of China's humiliation. The Chinese naval base of Weihaiwei had been occupied by Japan since early 1895. It was now to be returned by Japan to China, and then to be leased by China to Great Britain. The training ship Tongchi was sent by the Chinese government to receive the port back from the Japanese, and then to transfer it the next day to the British. I was there, says Chang Poling, and saw the flags over Weihaiwei change color 3 times in 2 days. I saw the dragon flag replace the rising sun, and the next day I saw the dragon replaced by the Union Jack. Sorrow and indignation set me to thinking. I came to the firm conviction that our national survival in this modern world could depend only upon a new kind of education, which would produce a new generation of men. And I resolved to dedicate my own life to this task of national salvation through education. The Yen School. This decision, that was shaping itself in the mind of a young naval cadet on board the Tongchi, was an echo and a reflection of the great nationwide agitation for reform which in that memorable year of 1898 culminated in the 100 Days of Reform. The leaders of this movement had succeeded in moving the youthful Manchu emperor to issue in rapid succession a large number of edicts abolishing old abuses and inaugurating new policies. The old empire seemed to be at last awakened from its long centuries of complacency by the grave dangers of foreign encroachment and national extinction. For a time, it looked as if it might be possible to bring about the long-needed reforms through government leadership and imperial patronage. But these false hopes were soon shattered by the reactionary forces headed by the ignorant Empress Dowager, who made her son virtually a prisoner, put to death 6 of the leaders of the reform movement, exiled a number of others, and annulled all the reform edicts and policies. Among the enlightened officials who retired from political life after the failure of the reforms of 1898 was the scholar Yen Su, a native of Tientsin and a friend of Chang Poling's father. In October of that year, Mr. Yen invited the young Chang Poling, now 22 years old and recently retired from his training ship and his naval career, to be private tutor in his Tientsin home and teach Western learning to his own and his friends' children. Chang gladly accepted the invitation and began his lifelong mission with 5 young pupils. The association and cooperation of Chang Poling and Yen Su was a very happy event from the very beginning of the Nankai schools. Mr. Yen was one of the most lovable and most inspiring representatives of the best intellectual and moral tradition of the old China. He was a scholar, bibliophile, poet and philosopher, a public-spirited citizen and patriot. his faith in education, his open-mindedness to the new learning of a new age, and his great moral prestige in the Tientsin district and in the Chile, Hopi province were of immense help to the youthful Chang Poling in building up his great educational enterprises. The late Fan Yuanlin, one-time Minister of Education in the early years of the Republic, who in 1918 was with Mr. Yin on an educational tour in the United States, told me this story about Mr. Yin. The United States government, alarmed by a recent case of assassination of a prominent Chinese writer by a Chinese terrorist on the western coast, assigned a Secret Service officer to accompany the Chinese educators on their tour. Although Mr. Yin could not speak a word of English, the American officer was so deeply impressed by his quiet and humble ways of life that, at the end of the long journey, he said to Mr. Fan, "I have been assigned to accompany many distinguished foreign visitors to America, but I have never seen a more lovable character than your Mr. Yin." Such was the host in whose backyard Chang Poling started his first school of 5 students. It was called the Yin Quan Yin School. 3 years later, another Tientsin leader, Wang Kuichang, invited Chang to teach his 6 children at his home in the afternoon. This was called the Wang Quan Wang School. My friend, Mr. L. K. Tao, director of the Institute of Social Research of the Academia Sinica, who was one of the early pupils in the Yin School, tells me that Chang Poling's teaching even in those early days justly deserved to be called modern education. He was a good teacher in the Western learning, English language, mathematics, and the elements of natural science. He laid great emphasis on the physical exercises of his pupils. He made designs from memory of the dumbbells and Indian clubs used in the naval school, and ordered them to be made for the use of his students. He played with his students and taught them various exercises and outdoor sports, such as bicycle riding, high jumping, broad jumping, and football. Mr. Tao also recalls that his first lessons in whist and billiards were from his teacher Chang Poling. It was this recognition of the place of science and physical culture in education, and this free and democratic association of the teacher and the pupil in work and play that marked out the young tutor Chang as one of the founders of modern education in China. Birth of Nankai. In 1903, Yin Su and Chang Poling visited Japan to study the schools and colleges there. Chang brought back numerous educational and scientific apparatus for the use of his school. Both he and Mr. Yin were impressed by the rapid educational development in the island empire. On their return to China, they decided to expand their private tutoring schools into a full-size middle school. The middle school, known as the first private middle school, was opened in the fall of 1904, with 73 students and 4 teachers occupying a part of Mr. Yin's house, and operating with a monthly budget of 200 taels of silver equally borne by the Yin and Wang families. To meet the need for teachers, a special class was organized for a number of mature students selected from the 2 earlier private schools, who were to be part-time teachers in the school while continuing their advanced studies. Among these select students was Mr. L. K. Tao, who after graduation studied in Japan and England and has been a pioneer and leader in Chinese sociological studies. In 1906, a wealthy friend gave to the new school 2 acres of land in the suburban area of Tientsin, locally known as Nankai. Funds were raised to build a schoolhouse on this land. When the school moved into its new building in 1907, it was renamed the Nankai Middle School, a name which, together with that of its founder, will always occupy an illustrious place in the history of Chinese education. The story of Nankai during the next 30 years was one of rapid but planned expansion and progress. In 1910 and 1911, the school began to receive financial contributions from the local and provincial governments. Endowments from private sources continued to increase throughout the years. In 1920, General Li Chun, a native of Tientsin and military governor of the province of Jiangsu, committed suicide and left a will by which a part of his estate amounting to $500,000 Chinese dollars was given to Nankai as an endowment. The China Foundation and the Sino-British Indemnity Fund Commission, which administer the Boxer indemnity funds remitted by the United States and Great Britain, respectively, have been among the chief public contributors to Nankai. The Rockefeller Foundation of New York City has given generously to the building and equipment funds of Nankai University, and to the maintenance of its Graduate Institute of Economics. Beginning with 2 acres of land, Nankai was able, in the course of years, to buy over 100 acres adjacent to the school, and to build up a spacious campus for its expansion. Chong Poling had long dreamed of a university built on the foundation of his middle school. After several unsuccessful attempts in the early years of the Republic, the dream came true in 1919, when Nankai University formally opened with 3 colleges: liberal arts, science, and commerce. A college of mining was added in 1920. The Graduate Institute of Economics was established in 1931, and the Institute of Chemistry in 1932. A middle school for girls was founded in 1923, and an experimental primary school was added in 1928. Thus, by 1932, the Nankai group of schools comprised 5 main divisions: a university, a graduate school, a middle school for boys, another for girls, and a primary school. Total enrollment reached 3,000 in the years before their destruction by the Japanese. This rapid expansion was chiefly due to Chong Poling's remarkable leadership. He often tells his friends that an educational institution ought to be always in the red, and that any school administrator who leaves a bank balance at the end of the year is a miser who misses his opportunity to do a good job with the money. He started from nothing, and never was afraid of spending more money than the budget allowed him to spend on the school. He was always planning for new projects of expansion. Lacking funds never stopped him from dreaming wilder and bigger schemes. He was always optimistic about the future. "I have a way of deceiving myself," says he. That is his manner of saying that he can always make himself believe that things will turn out all right in the end. And things do turn out all right in the end, and he always got the help he desired for carrying out his new schemes. His educational credo. "The Nankai schools," says Chong Poling in an autobiographical account written in 1944, "was born in China's national calamity. Therefore its object was to reform the old habits of life, and to train youth for the salvation of the country." He summed up China's weaknesses under 5 headings: 1. Physical weakness and poor health. 2. Superstition and lack of scientific knowledge. 3. Economic poverty. 4. Disunity in the sense of a deplorable lack of associated life and activity. And 5. Selfishness. To correct these shortcomings, Chong proposed his 5-fold educational reform. The new education must aim at the improvement of the bodily fitness of the individual. It must train the youths in the results and methods of the modern sciences. It must enable the students to organize and actively participate in group life and teamwork. It must give them a vitalized moral training. And, lastly, it must cultivate in each and every individual the capability to work for his country. All this sounds platitudinous today. But it was Chong Poling's great achievement to have succeeded in actually making most of these ideals an integral part of the life in his school. There is no doubt, for example, that, of all the non-missionary schools in China, Nankai has been the most famous and most successful school in athletics. Chong Poling's athletes have won high honors in North China, All China and Far Eastern Olympic meets. Ever since 1910, he was always invited to be the presiding umpire in all important athletic meets. His lifelong interest in physical culture and his constant preaching of the importance of sportsmanship in all games have been responsible for the high standard of athletics in Nankai. Nankai also enjoys the highest reputation in the training of group activities and teamwork. The most famous of Nankai's student activities has been its new drama club. As early as 1909, Chong Poling was encouraging his students in dramatics. He wrote a play for them and directed its staging and acting, and, to the surprise and scandalization of the outside audience, the principal character was played by no other person than the school principal himself. In later years, his talented younger brother, Dr. Pengchun Chung, P.C. Chung, who studied literature and dramatics at Columbia University, took over the leadership in this field. Several Nankai new dramas were quite successful on the public stage. Under the directorship of Dr. P.C. Chung, several European masterpieces, including Ibsen's A Doll's House and An Enemy of the People, were successfully enacted in their Chinese version and were enthusiastically received by the general public. One of the student actors in the Ibsen plays was Mr. Wen Chiapao, who, better known by his pen name, Cao Yu, has become one of the celebrated playwrights in present-day China. In the sphere of moral and patriotic education, Chong Poling's personal leadership played an important role, especially in the early years when the enrollment was small. On every Wednesday afternoon, he would call the entire school to a special convocation at which he would discuss with the students problems of life and affairs of the state and the world. He knew almost every student by name and took pains to give personal advices to the boys. In 1908, he paid his first visit to the United States and Great Britain and made a study of the educational institutions in those two countries. His own moral earnestness, his long association with Christian friends, and his recent observations of the social and civic life in America and England led him to cherish great faith in the Christian religion as a powerful force for good. The year after his return from America and England, 1909, he was baptized as a Christian. He was then 33 years old. But my friend Chong Poling is never an austere moralist. He has too much sense of humor to be that. One of his students, Dr. Ling Ping, one-time Chinese minister to the Republic of Cuba, loves to tell the story about his first meeting with his teacher and schoolmaster. Mr. Ling, then a young boy from the interior province of Honan, called at the office of Chong Poling to apply for admission to his middle school. He was told to wait, because the master was coaching his football team in the field. After half an hour, Ling saw a tall and perspiring man walk into the office with long leathern boots full of mud. This was the great Chong Poling. He immediately perceived the expression of amazement on the face of the young visitor. Smilingly, he asked him a few questions and told him to sit down at the desk and write a short Chinese composition on the old dictum. The teacher must himself be dignified before the truth could be respected. This sense of humor disarmed the young applicant, who wrote his composition on how austere and reverent his ideal teacher ought to look. Chang glanced over the piece and said, "Good, good. You are admitted to the 5th class." Chang Poling is first and last a patriot and nationalist. His life mission has been national salvation through education. He sums up his educational theory in the motto he coined for his school, Kungning, which means public spiritedness and competence. All teaching and all training should aim at this double objective: public spiritedness and professional competence to work for society and the state. Wartime blows. As a patriotic educator, Chang Poling was worried about Japan's aggressive movements in Manchuria. In 1927, he made a study trip through the northeastern provinces. After his return, he formed in the university a club for the study of the Northeast, and sent a group of professors to make a survey of the conditions and problems in Manchuria. With the Japanese invasion and occupation of the northeastern provinces in 1931, and with the Japanese wars brought to the Peiping-Tientsin area since 1933, the nationalistic tradition of Chang Poling's schools often came into direct conflict with the invading enemy. Between Nankai University and the Nankai Middle Schools lay the barracks of the Japanese garrison army in Tientsin. Yet, says Chang Poling, in those years before the fall of Peiping and Tientsin in July 1937, the patriotic demonstrations of the students in North China were mostly led by our Nankai students. For this patriotic leadership, the Nankai schools and university were deliberately destroyed by the Japanese military on July 29th and 30th, 1937. For 2 successive days, low-flying Japanese bombers rained destruction on the Nankai buildings. The sad news reached Chang Poling in Nanking. Generalissimo Chiang Kai-shek said to him, "Nankai has been sacrificed for China. As long as China lives, Nankai will live." Shortly after the destruction of the Nankai schools, Chang Poling suffered a great personal loss in the death of his beloved son Sihu, who was killed when the bomber he was piloting to the front crashed in the Kianxi Mountains. Sihu had graduated from the National Military Aviation School 3 years before. At the graduation ceremonies, the Generalissimo spoke as president of the school, and Chang Poling made a stirring address on behalf of the parents of the graduating class. When he learned of his son's death, he said after a moment's silence, "I have given this son to the nation. He has done his duty." The destruction of Nankai by the Japanese army had been foreseen by Chang Poling and his colleagues. In 1935, he made a trip to the western province of Sichuan and visited many of its cities. A few months later, the dean of the Nankai Middle School was sent to Sichuan to survey the possibilities of establishing a branch school in western China. A site near Chongqing was decided upon. The building began. The new school was opened in September 1936 and was called the Nanyu, south of Chongqing Middle School. Among the first contributors to its building and equipment fund was Generalissimo Chiang Kai-shek. In 1938, at the request of the Nankai Alumni Association, the new school was renamed Nankai School of Chongqing. After the fall of Peiping and Tientsin, the Ministry of Education asked Nankai University to join National Tsinghua University, and National Peking University in forming the first associated university at Changsha, Hunan, 1,000 miles away from the Peiping-Tianjin area. When the Changsha site was bombed by the enemy in 1937, the three universities were ordered by the government to move on another 1,000 miles to Kunming, Yunnan, where for 7 years they have been functioning as the National Associated University of the Southwest. Nankai will live. But Chang Poling stayed most of the time with his Nankai School near Chungking. The Institute of Economics was revived in Chungking in 1939. A Nankai primary school was opened in 1940. During those years of most severe Japanese bombing of Chungking, 1939 to 1940, the new Nankai buildings were 3 times bombed. 30 huge bombs were dropped on the campus in August 1940. But the damaged buildings were soon repaired and schoolwork was never interrupted. Chang Poling, who loves his country, has naturally been always deeply interested in China's political developments. But he many times declined high offices in the government, including the posts of Minister of Education and Mayor of Tianjin, because he wanted to devote himself wholeheartedly to the carrying out of his educational ideals of Nankai. It took the war to draft him into public service as one of the unquestioned leaders of the nation. He was called upon to serve on the People's Political Council ever since its formation in 1938, first as Deputy Speaker and later as a member of its Presidium. He has great faith in this body as an experiment in democratic parliament for China. Except on occasions of serious illness, he has never missed a PPC session, including the bi-weekly meetings of its resident committee. He seldom spoke. More often than not, he made his influence felt in the council chambers by his weighty presence. Essentially educational in outlook, he would like to teach every one of his students to be politically conscious, though they do not necessarily have to be in government. During these 9 years of war, Nankai University has been supported by the national government, but Nankai Middle School remained a private institution. Recently, the government acted to continue the support of the 3 universities associated in the wartime Southwest University, of which Nankai is one, after each has returned to its original campus. But all his life Chang Poling has believed in and encouraged private support of educational efforts. He will continue to exert in that direction, and his middle schools will remain private. Last October, shortly after formal Japanese surrender in China, the principal of Nankai Middle School returned on the same plane with the mayor of liberated Tianjin to reopen his school in that city. The Chungking Nankai Middle School will carry on its splendid wartime record. Whether by private or public support, as Chiang Kai-shek has promised, as long as China lives, Nankai will live. At 70, Chang Poling continues to dream wild dreams for his Nankai. As I look back on Nankai's past history of heroic struggles, and as I look forward to the great task of rehabilitation, says he to his colleagues and alumni, I see a great future full of bright hopes. The work of Nankai has no end, and its development has no limit. Let us work together with the same courage and perseverance as of old, and endeavor to make Nankai play a greater role than ever in the period of reconstruction facing our country. 10-Year Plan for China's Academic Independence. China Magazine. December 1947. Volume 17. Number 12. Pages 25 to 29. I keenly feel that our higher education needs a 10-year plan, the aim of which is to lay the foundation within the next 10 years for the academic independence of China. By academic independence, I do not mean that we should cling to our own culture and not learn from other nations, a bigotry shared by many conservative persons. I have never thought for a moment that Chinese scholarship and learning can remain isolated from intellectual currents and achievements of the contemporary world. Nor do I believe that 10 years from now China will not send scholars to study abroad. The academic independence, I mean, must comprise the following 4 conditions. China should rely upon her own universities for basic training in modern sciences. Sending students abroad for this particular purpose should be unnecessary. In China, there should be institutions with sufficient equipment and capable teachers to enable those who have already received basic training in modern sciences to continue their studies in their specific fields of scientific research. For the solution of problems concerning pure science, industry, medicine, public health, and national defense, there should be enough experts and research institutes in China to assist the government and private individuals to answer their crying needs. In the world development of science and technology, institutes and individual scholars in China should be able to cooperate with those in other countries and jointly share the responsibilities involved. Why 10-year plan? To achieve this independence, a good, solid foundation should be laid at the earliest possible time. This is why I propose that China should have a 10-year plan for university education. Under the plan, maximum efforts of the nation should be concentrated for the next 10 years on improving from 5 to 10 universities, with excellent records, and enabling them to develop fully their research projects, to become important centers of learning in China, and serve as operation bases for the movement of national academic independence. This plan may be divided into 2 stages of 5 years each. In the first stage, 5 universities should be chosen and improved. In the second stage, another 5. The realization of the plan by stages has the following merits. First, it is designed to meet the exigency created by the lack of competent personnel and financial resources of the nation, which may not be adequate to improve 10 universities at the same time. And second, by improving 5 universities first, encouragement would be given to other universities, which would compete with one another for the honor of being chosen in this second stage by improving their academic standards. Dr. Who's proposals. In proposing a 10-year educational plan, I do not suggest that while from 5 to 10 universities are to be developed with concentrated efforts, all other universities and independent colleges could be ignored. To be presented as a whole, my proposals are as follows. 1. The government should be determined not to establish any additional university or independent college within the next 10 years. 2. After the Constitution takes effect, the government must strictly enforce the provisions of Article 164, which provides that expenditure for educational, scientific, and cultural purposes shall be, in case of the central government, not less than 15% of the total national budget, in case of the province, not less than 25% of the total provincial budget, and in case of the county, not less than 35% of the total sign budget. The nation should check from time to time on the government at all levels to see that these provisions are strictly implemented. 3. The government should have a 10-year educational plan to be carried out in 2 stages of 5 years each. 4. In the first 5 years, 5 universities would be chosen and improved with maximum national efforts. Special emphasis should be laid on the development of their postgraduate research institutes, so that within a short period they will be developed into important centers of modern culture. 5. In the second 5 years, 5 more universities would be chosen and improved with the same concentrated effort. Special emphasis should also be laid on the development of their postgraduate research institutes, so that they may also become important centers of learning. 6. In these 10 years, the 40-odd national universities and national independent colleges which are not chosen under the plan should be provided by the government with adequate funds to enlarge their existing facilities, and they should be ensured a chance for continued development, so that in due course of time each may become the best university or college in the locality where it is established. Regarding private-operated universities and independent colleges with good records, the government should strengthen its policy first initiated in 1933 to render proper financial aid to them to make possible their continued development. 7. In selecting the 10 universities, no discrimination should be made for or against any university, be it state-operated or privately owned. Competent teaching personnel, sufficient research facilities, and past achievement should be the criteria of selection. 8. This 10-year educational plan should imply a thorough renovation of the Chinese higher education system and bring about a fundamental change in the conception of a university. Postgraduate study. The much debated question in recent years as to how many colleges are required to constitute a university is totally meaningless. In the development of Chinese universities, the main emphasis should be on the improvement of their postgraduate institutes. Any university worthy of its name must be capable of training its scholars to do research work. It must have competent professors and research fellows to conduct independent scientific research. Any institution that can only offer 4-year undergraduate courses cannot fulfill the mission of a university, and therefore cannot be called one. The number of colleges that it has will not make it a university. Based on this point of view, the current system of higher education soon should be thoroughly revised. Bureaucratic interference in academic pursuits should be cut to a minimum, while freedom and responsibility of the university should be considerably increased. Take, for example, the existing regulations governing the conferment of scholastic degrees, which were promulgated 16 years ago. The provision for the awarding of the doctorate degree by the state, especially, is the greatest stumbling block to the development of graduate departments. I propose, therefore, that the government soon accept the recommendations on doctorates made by the Academia Sinica last year. They provide that the research work and thesis of a candidate for the doctor's degree should be examined, and the degree conferred by those universities that have maintained their postgraduate schools for 5 years, and which have been permitted to receive candidates for the doctor's degree. Change psychology. To promote independent scientific research, to elevate the position of research institutes of universities, and to correct the unsound psychology that to be an expert one has to go abroad for further studies, the regulations governing the conferment of university degrees must be revised. Only in this way can qualified universities in the country be given a chance to assume the responsibility for the conferment of the doctor's degree. The above are outlines of the plan I have proposed. Most important is the part that provides for the intensive improvement of from 5 to 10 universities. It would be as effective as it is simple, and it could be expected to yield immediate returns. The number of competent teaching personnel is far from enough to operate 100-odd universities and independent colleges. According to statistics compiled last year, there are 28 national universities, 18 national colleges, 20 private universities, 13 provincial universities, and 21 private colleges in China. In addition, there are 48 technical schools, both public and private, in the country. Ed. Let me ask how many outstanding physicists we have in China and abroad. How many outstanding historians do we have who are specialized in European history? Physics and history are two indispensable courses in a university curriculum in which we suffer an acute shortage of qualified personnel. Since competent personnel is the prerequisite to cultural development, we have to concentrate our first-rate scholars and make available for them the best facilities, so that they can carry on their work and train others. With these from 5 to 10 universities as centers of postgraduate work, years from now China will be able to achieve academic independence. This is no over-optimism on my part. Instances in cultural histories of the world are not lacking to substantiate my seemingly bold predictions. American examples. In 1891, when I was born, the Rockefeller Foundation appropriated $20 million for the establishment of the University of Chicago, and W.R. Harper, its first president, was entrusted with the job of making the necessary preparations. After an extensive tour of the nation, President Harper offered the unprecedented salary of $7,500 a year to first-rate scholars, who consented to become head professors of the university. When he failed to find anyone suitable in the United States for a vacant post, he went to Britain or other European countries to continue the search. Following a year of preparation, the Chicago University was formally inaugurated and was immediately recognized as a first-rate university. What a private foundation has achieved can be easily accomplished by the collective efforts of a nation. Years before, in 1876, T.C. Gilman founded Johns Hopkins University, dedicated to the promotion of postgraduate work. At that time, few American universities had postgraduate schools. The Postgraduate School of Yale was established in 1871, that of Harvard in 1872. But Gilman was the pioneer in founding a university that was to be exclusively a postgraduate school from the very start. And its professors were the best of the time. Philosophers such as John Dewey and Josiah Royce, economists and political scientists like President Wilson were all products of the Johns Hopkins Graduate School. Cognizant of the importance of the medical laboratory, there was none in the USA in 1876 when Johns Hopkins was founded. President Gilman picked some young doctors of established fame such as Sir William Osler and William Henry Welch to inaugurate the first medical school devoted to medical research, thereby laying the foundation of modern American medicine. It has been generally acknowledged by historians that President Gilman was instrumental in bringing about American academic independence by stressing the importance of research work. What one private individual has done can be accomplished more easily by the collective efforts of a nation. I am convinced, therefore, that through improvement of from 5 to 10 universities, with the maximum efforts of the nation, our academic independence could be achieved within a short period of time. I am also convinced that only through concentrating our personnel and equipment can this independence be attained. My early association with the Gest Oriental Library. Green Pine Leaf. January 1, 1951. Number 6. Pages 1 to 3. The best way to know a library is to use its books. My earliest knowledge of the Gest Oriental Library at Princeton came through my use of its books in connection with my research work in the years 1943 to 1946. From 1943 to 1948, I devoted 5 years to a piece of historical research which may be described as a retrial of the cause célèbre 4 definitive texts of the geographical classic Shui-Ching Chu, for which C.A. W. Hummel, Eminent Chinese of the Qing period, pages 970 to 982. I was in the United States during the first 3 years, 1943 to 1946, of this period, and received very friendly aid from the 4 great centers of Chinese books in America: the Library of Congress, Columbia University, Harvard University, and the Gest Library at Princeton. I borrowed over 1,000 volumes from these 4 libraries. As the case involves 150 years of controversy over alleged or suspected plagiarism among these collated and amended 4 texts by 3 great scholars of the 18th century, it was necessary for me to keep many of the borrowed books for months, and even for years, in order to enable me to carry on some detailed work in textual comparison and criticism. This privilege of borrowing and keeping books in my New York apartment for months and years was especially appreciated in the case of the Gest Oriental Library, which was then housed in 20 Nassau Street, and under the care of Dr. Nancy Lee Swan, who was herself a research student, and was most generous in permitting me to use and keep in New York some of the rare books in the Gest collection. One of the controversial texts of the Shui-Ching Chu was that collated by Chao I.C. Chiang-ji, 1709 to 1764, whose work, the Shui-Ching Chu Shi, had the honor being copied into the great imperial manuscript library, the Sukeiyu Chun Shu, of the Emperor Kaotsung. It was later printed by Chao's son in 1786. This voluminous work, because it contains 12 books of detailed textual notes, has had numerous editions throughout the last 1 century and a half. But it has been asserted that Chao's son engaged well-known scholars to edit his father's manuscript copy, and that those editors made full use of the collated text of Shui-Ching Chubby Taichen, 1724 to 1777, which had also been copied into the Imperial Manuscript Library, and which had been printed by the Palace Movable Type Press in 1775, 11 years before the printing of Chao's text. According to another assertion, Chao's son bought another manuscript text of the Shui-Ching collated by Chao's learned friend, Chun Suwang, 1705 to 1755, and incorporated it into the manuscript work of Chao I.C. Chiang-ji. It has, therefore, been said that Chao's Shui-Ching Chu Shi in its printed form must be textually different from its earlier manuscript copy in the Imperial Library. This part of the controversy could be easily settled by a textual study of the 2 texts. But up to 1943, no one had undertaken to compare the printed book with the manuscript copy in the Sukeiyu Chun Shu. This imperial library in 36,000 volumes had only 7 complete and essentially identical sets made. Of these 7 sets, 3 were completely destroyed in the 19th century. Of the 4 surviving sets, 1 was in Imperial Palace in Peking, another in the Imperial Palace in Mukden, a third in the Summer Palace in Jihol, and an incomplete set, recently made complete by copying the lost volumes, in Hangzhou. Until recent decades, all the 4 sets were inaccessible to the research scholars. It was, therefore, a great surprise to me when I learned in 1944 that I could borrow from the Gest Oriental Library a complete hand copy of Chao I.C. Chiang-ji's Shui-Ching Chu Shi 20 volumes. These volumes were copied out of the manuscript copy in the Imperial Library at Yangzhou through the effort of a well-known bibliophile of that city. Although there are 3 other manuscript copies made before the work was printed, the Gest copy is the only copy in the whole world which was actually copied out of a manuscript copy in one of the 7 sets of the Imperial Library. By careful study of this text in comparison with its many printed editions, I was able to clear up many problems and destroy not a few unfounded assertions and accusations. This cause célèbre, the retrial of which cost 5 years of my life, involves 3 great men of the 18th century, Chun Suwang, Chao Icing and Tai Chin, who in the brief space of about 25 years, 1750 to 1775, produced 4 collated and amended texts of the great geographical classic, which originally contained probably more than 400,000 words. The surviving portion, with 5 books missing, contains about 345,000 words. Of the 3 men, Tai Chin has been given credit for having produced 2 of the 4 texts in question. One of these was the text copied into the Imperial Manuscript Library and printed by the Imperial Press in 1775. The Emperor wrote a poem in praise of this text, which was supposedly based on the text in the great encyclopedic library, the Young Lo Ta Tien, of 1407, which text in turn was based on the printed text of an earlier age. This eulogistic poem by the emperor was prominently printed in the front of the palace edition of Tai Chin's text. But in the year following the publication of the palace edition, 1776, Tai published another definitive text of the Shuiqing Chu. This private edition has no textual notes, which abound in the palace edition. There are also numerous textual differences between the 2 texts. The most interesting fact is that Tai, in his own preface to his private text, made no mention of the Young Lo Ta Tien, nor of the emperor's poem praising the official edition. Why should Tai find it necessary to publish a private edition? Did he wish thereby to repudiate or protest against the palace text? And why did he refuse to mention the eulogistic poem by the emperor? Was he ashamed of it? Did he wish thereby to indicate that he was not pleased with the high praises contained in the poem? The text of the Shuiqing Chu for the Imperial Library was officially presented to the throne in the 10th moon of the 39th year of Qianlong, November, 1774. When did the emperor write the poem? The most natural guess would be that he wrote it some months after the date of the official presentation of the collated text, probably sometime in 1775. But I had a hypothesis and wanted to find out the exact date of this poem. I knew the Emperor Kaotsung, Qianlong, wrote over 40,000 poems, which were arranged according to chronological order. It might be easy to date this poem, if I could only find his complete poems. The emperor was such a very poor poet that few collectors cared to collect his poems. Neither Harvard, nor Columbia, nor the Library of Congress had his complete poetical works covering 60 years of his reign. But the Gest Library has 2 editions of Qianlong's complete poems. With the help of Dr. Nancy Lee Swan and Dr. Tung Yu, the emperor's poem on the Shuiqing Chu is dated almost to the day. It was written on March 15 or 16, 1774. That date was beyond even my boldest hypothesis. The poem was written 8 months before the newly edited text of the Shuiqing Chu was presented to the throne in its final collated form. That is, the poem was written on a first draft of this newly collated text, which had been presented to the emperor not later than the Chinese New Year, that is, not later than February 11th, 1774. But that text could not have been the work of the scholar Taichen, who did not arrive in Peking until September 1773. There are only 5 months between September and February. Tai could not have completed the textual collation of a work of 345,000 words within that short time. The date of that poem, therefore, helped me to solve many puzzling problems. The most important meaning of that date is that it confirms all contemporary testimony to the effect that Taichen had devoted many years to the collation and correction of the long-corrupted text of the Shuiqing Chu. Then he came to Peking in 1773 with his own collated text, which he was naturally anxious to check against the text newly discovered in the Yung Lo Ta Tien. That while the Yung Lo Ta Tien text was undoubtedly the oldest and best text available, it was still full of thousands of grave cases of textual corruption, and Tai's own text, representing a lifetime of conscientious research, bold hypotheses, and careful verification, was a far superior text which contains thousands of major textual emendations, and that thereupon the chief editors of the Imperial Manuscript Library ordered and assigned Tai to take charge of the editing of the Shuiqing Chu. But in undertaking this official work of editing one of the major items of the Imperial Manuscript Library, Taichen was forced to contribute to it the fruits of his own lifelong researches, and to give ill credit to the Yung Lo Ta Tien which the great emperor and his court were promoting. The poem in praise of the new text gives not the slightest credit to Taichen's researches, but it glorifies the great discovery of the Yung Lo Ta Tien, out of which the most perfect text of the Shuiqing Chu was supposed to have come. It was in all probability against this deceit and despotic denial of individual credit that Taichen decided to publish his own private text, which best represents his own free thinking and independent researches. For all this, I give thanks to the Gest Oriental Library. The Gest Oriental Library at Princeton University. The Princeton University Library Chronicle. Spring, 1954. Volume 15. Number 3. Pages 113 to 141. The Gest Oriental Library was founded by 2 men, Guyon Moore Gest and his friend and advisor Commander I. V. Gillis. Mr. Gest, 1864 to 1948, was a Quaker in religion and an engineer by profession. In 1914, he founded in New York City the construction engineering firm bearing his name, which specialized in laying underground electrical conduits, and which did important engineering work in South America and Asia, as well as in the United States and Canada. It was during one of his business visits to China that Mr. Gest met Commander Gillis, then naval attaché at the United States legation in Peking, who later was to resign his naval commission and become Mr. Gest's advisor and agent in the selection and purchase of the Chinese books which now form the Gest Oriental Library. In a true sense, Gillis, who died also in 1948, was a co-founder of the Gest Library. The story of the accidental founding of the Gest Library is told in the unpublished autobiography of my friend Mr. Thomas C. S. C., who was a fellow member with Gillis in the International Lodge, Peking, a Massachusetts Constitution Masonic Lodge. According to this story, it was Mr. Gest's eye trouble that first aroused his interest in Chinese books. He had long suffered from a disease known as glaucoma, for the treatment of which he had visited the leading ophthalmologists in America and Europe. It was in Peking that Commander Gillis suggested to Mr. Gest that he try an eye medicine of the Ma family of Tingxiao, which was so well known among the people of Peking that the family shop selling only that one item was able to make a livelihood from it. It is said that Mr. Gest bought the Chinese eye medicine and tried it on himself. It did not cure his glaucoma, but gave him some temporary relief. This interested Mr. Gest so much that he left an amount of money to enable Mr. Gillis to buy for him Chinese books on medicine, materia medica, and, in particular, the treatment of diseases of the eye. That was how the Gest collection of Chinese books was started. This story, which has been confirmed from other sources, helps to explain the prominence of a special section of the Gest books, marked as CM, Chinese medicine, which includes some 500 works in nearly 2,000 volumes and constitutes the largest collection of Chinese medical books outside of China and Japan. It was Gillis who made Gest more and more deeply interested in collecting Chinese books far beyond his original narrow scope. Mr. Gest was not a very rich man even before the Depression, and he could not read nor house the large number of Chinese books which Gillis was buying for him in Peking. This great collection, which began as a hobby and developed into a kind of investment, soon became a burden to the founder. The most urgent problem was to house the thousands of rare books, and in particular the Chinese encyclopedias and Netsunshu, Collectanea, each numbering many hundreds of volumes. Arrangements were made by Mr. Gest, whose firm had a branch office in Montreal, Canada, to deposit the collection in the Redpath Library building of McGill University, where it was formally opened on February 13, 1926, as the Gest Chinese Research Library, with 232 works consisting of about 8,000 volumes. By 1931 the collection had increased to some 75,000 volumes. In 1937 the Institute for Advanced Study in Princeton, with the assistance of the Rockefeller Foundation, acquired the Gest collection with the understanding that it was to be administered as a part of the university library. About 27,000 additional volumes were sent by Gillis from Peiping to Princeton, giving the collection a total of approximately 102,000 volumes. With Princeton University's Chinese collection added to it, and with the acquisitions of recent years, the Gest Oriental Library has 137,087 volumes as of June 1953. Dr. Nancy Lee Swan, whose connection with the collection began in 1928, was its curator from 1931 until her retirement in 1948. Mr. Shikong Tung, who joined the Gest Library in 1951 as my assistant, became its librarian in 1952 at the conclusion of my 2 years of curatorship. When the collection came to Princeton, it was installed at 20 Nassau Street, a building belonging to the university, where it remained until 1948, when it was moved into the Firestone Library. Because of Mr. Gest's financial difficulties during the Depression years, Mr. Gillis' book buying seems practically to have ceased after 1931. Gillis, who had married a Chinese wife and bought a house in her name, continued to stay in Peiping and worked on his bibliographical notes and his title index to the catalog of the Gest Oriental Library, which was printed in Peiping in 1941, shortly before Japan's attack on Pearl Harbor. When war was declared, he was ordered by the Japanese military to be interned in Shantung. But he was too sick to go, and his Chinese friends persuaded the Japanese to allow him to live in Peiping. He died in September 1948. Mr. Gillis was a very remarkable man. Originally trained for naval intelligence work, he was an expert in microscopic analysis of fingerprints and of typewriters and typewriting. Mr. Yuan Tongli, director of the National Library of Peiping, told me that Gillis would often entertain his friends by showing them how to identify a writer who typed his writings on 2 or 3 different typewriters. He would use a magnifying glass and lecture to them on his method of detection through the more or less similar lightness or heaviness in the imprint of the same letter of the alphabet, although different machines were used. It was this remarkable training in detective work which Gillis applied to the study of Chinese books and editions. He had studied the Chinese language and was able to speak the Peking dialect with some fluency, although he could not read an unpunctuated text in classical Chinese. By hard work and by many years of intimate handling of authentic material, he succeeded in acquiring a very good knowledge of Chinese books. Mr. Wang Chengmin, of the National Library of Peiping and of the Library of Congress, who was invited in 1946 to make a study of the rare books in the Gest collection, wrote of him in these words: "I have also examined the I.B. Gillis notes in English on items 1029 through 3707, and feel that his knowledge of Chinese bibliography is exceptionally good. He made almost no mistakes in his notes, but at times he failed to point out the significance of a certain rare edition." After examining about a third of the rare books in the Gest collection, Mr. Wang had this to say: "Among all the Chinese collections which I have ever examined, I think that the Gest collection is a very important one. I have examined 1,500 items at the Library of Congress, and also the 2,700 items which have been on deposit during the war in this country by the National Library of Peiping, yet I have found that of Gest's A section, classics, 70% are not duplicated either in the Library of Congress Orientalia section, or in the National Library of Peiping's rare book section. Of the D section, literary writings, I found that 50% are not duplicated. This suffices to prove the value of the Gest collection. This is a great tribute to the Gest collection, and to Mr. Gillis, who is responsible for its selection and purchase. I heartily endorse this tribute from Mr. Wang, whom I consider one of the best trained experts in Chinese bibliography. I have also examined Gillis' notes and have been greatly impressed by his remarkable qualities of bold vision and painstaking attention to minute details, an unusual but necessary combination of virtues, which make a good research worker in any branch of knowledge. Let me cite his notes on items 1337 and 1338 as an illustration of his method of working. These 2 items are 2 sets of the Imperial Collectanea known as the Wuing Tian Chu Chen Pan Tiesung Shu, the Imperial Palace Movable Type Reprint Series. This series was started by the Emperor Qianlong in 1773 for the reprinting of rare and long-lost works, which were then being copied out of the Yung Lo Ta Tien, the great encyclopedic library of AD 1403 to 1407. The first 4 reprints were printed in 1773 from wood blocks. In the same year, an ingenious official named Chen Qian suggested to the throne that these reprints could be more economically and more speedily printed with movable wood type. Accordingly, some 250,000 wood types were cut, and 134 works, totaling over 800 volumes, were printed with the Palace movable type in the course of the next 20 years. 1774 to 1794. These, together with the 4 works printed from wood blocks, made a total of 138 reprints, and were collectively known as the Imperial Palace Movable Type Reprint Series. As soon as the work of printing any particular work was completed, the types were immediately distributed to prepare for printing other works. For each reprint, 20 copies were made for the emperor's various studios in the palaces, and some 300 copies would be offered for sale. Because the books were printed and sold separately throughout a period of 20 years, no attempt was made to assemble them in a complete set, except for one complete set of all 138 works originally kept in the Summer Palace at Jihol, and now preserved in the Palace Museum of Peiping. Now, said the bibliophile Tao Xiang, after nearly 200 years, although copies of individual works of this series are often found in circulation, a complete set of all the original reprints is something hitherto unknown to collectors. Only recently the bibliophile Mr. Miao Chuansun, 1844 to 1919, after a lifelong search, finally succeeded in getting together a complete set of the 138 works, all of the original movable type edition. Here the emphasis is placed on the difficulty in getting together a complete collection of all the 138 works in the original movable type edition. The original edition of each work was probably never more than the specified 300 copies, and the more technical works, such as the mathematical and medical books of ancient and medieval times, were probably printed in even smaller numbers of copies. In 1776 to 1777, the provincial governments in the southeast were ordered by the emperor to make new woodblock editions of these reprints for wider circulation. 8 works were printed in Nanking and 38 in Chekiang. These were printed from woodblocks in much reduced format, and are therefore easily differentiated from the original editions. But the Jiangxi provincial government printed 54 works, and the Fujian provincial government printed 123, both using the original movable type edition as a model for cutting the wood blocks. These provincial editions continued to be reprinted throughout the 19th century, and in 1895 the provincial press at Canton made a new woodblock edition entirely modeled on the Fujian edition. These editions were all loosely called by the same name as the Imperial Palace Movable Type Reprint Series. Mr. Gillis was determined to acquire for the Gest collection one complete set of the original movable type edition. He bought the set originally collected and owned by the bibliographical scholar Miao Chuansun, of which the 138 works were bound in 812 volumes. This Gillis called the first copy, number 1337. Then he succeeded in acquiring a nearly complete set of 137 works rebound in 600 volumes. This he called the second copy, number 1338. And he also succeeded in getting together a complete third set for the Harvard Yenching Institute at Harvard. In 1940, he got together a complete fourth set, and offered to sell it to the Library of Congress for $2,000. The Library of Congress could not buy it, and when Gillis was interned in Peiping, his books were looted by the Japanese, and this set was scattered. Thus Gillis achieved the almost impossible task of acquiring 4 of the only 5 sets of the original Imperial Palace movable type reprint series in the world, the 5th set being the one in the Imperial Palace in Peiping. To appreciate the magnitude of Gillis' achievement, one must realize that neither the National Library of Peiping, nor the Library of the National Peking University, nor the most celebrated private collectors in China, can boast of possessing more than a few of the 138 works in the original Palace movable type edition. Mr. Gillis' great achievement, however, lies not so much in his boldness in conception and execution in the acquisition of these four sets, as in his painstaking method in establishing the minute criteria for distinguishing every one of the 800-odd volumes off the original movable type edition from that of the provincial woodblock editions. It seems that Mr. Gest was somewhat troubled by the high price offered by Gillis for the first complete set in 812 volumes, and he made independent inquiries of American sinologues in this country. At least one of them wrote just a letter challenging Gillis' judgment in accepting the whole set as of the original movable type edition. This letter said in part, "If the edition being offered is of the first, every individual work in it should be printed from these movable types. If there is one that is not, this would prove that the edition in question is one of the later provincial reprints. In other words, it is not sufficient that some or most of the individual works show this characteristic of lack of alignment of the characters, because this feature would naturally be transmitted when the provincial woodblock carvers used the pages of the first edition as their models." In a lengthy reply to this challenge, Gillis pointed out, when this collection of works, with the exception of the first 4 works in 8 volumes which were printed from woodblocks before the types were made, was printed with movable types, it was found upon final proofreading that there were many errors in each and every work, so these were corrected in the usual manner. The incorrect character was cut out, the space filled in by pasting on a small slip on the underside, and the correct character substituted. The provincial reprints were undoubtedly made by using copies of the original edition as models, so unless the copy made use of was an uncorrected one, the resulting reprint would not contain the errors just mentioned above. It may be taken for granted, therefore, that provincial reprints do not contain the errors to be found in copies of the original edition, and so may be readily detected. I may add that, in the original Palace edition, the name of the proofreader was printed on the middle margin of every double page, and there was a prescribed penalty for errors undetected and uncorrected by the responsible proofreader. So these final and post-printing corrections were very good evidences of the original edition. To establish these criteria, Gillis and his Chinese assistants had to examine minutely each of approximately 37,600 double pages to detect the cut-out spaces and the pasted corrections. In his notes on the first copy, there are 36 foolscap pages of a double-column table of 2,082 such corrections, listing the volume, chapter, page, line, and words for each. This task probably involved many months of hard work. By this painstaking method, Gillis proved that literally there were many errors in each and every work of the 134 works printed with movable type, and thereby he established, for the first time in Chinese bibliography, an indisputable criterion for identifying the original edition of this huge series of valuable reprints. In his notes, number 19, Gillis applied this criterion to his second set, and said that 1 or more pages of each booklet has been compared with the same pages of the first copy, and the corrections found to be the same in every instance, with the important exception of one work, number 128, wherein no corrections have been made, at the time of publication or subsequently. I have no doubt that he applied the same criterion to the third copy, which he got for Harvard, and to the fourth copy, which he offered to the Library of Congress. It was this ability to work hard and attend to very minute details that enabled Gillis to overcome the tremendous obstacles of language and culture, and to earn the well-deserved eulogy from Mr. Wang Chengmin that his knowledge of Chinese bibliography is exceptionally good. The Gest collection has often been described, sometimes disparagingly, as a collector's library. That is what Mr. Gest and Commander Gillis originally intended it to be. And it is precisely as a collector's library that the Gest collection is unique, priceless, and so far matchless among all Chinese collections outside of China and Japan. That is the pride and the real worth of this remarkable collection. What are the collector's pieces in the Gest collection? What is a rare book according to the traditional Chinese bibliophile standards? What are the distinctive features of the Gest collection, which was collected by an American naval officer turned Chinese bibliographer and collector? And, finally, what is the value of this collection to the trained research scholar in the field of Chinese and Oriental history and culture? These questions I shall try to answer in a form which I hope will be intelligible to the Occidental reader. What are the collector's pieces in the Gest collection? Broadly speaking, of the 100,000 volumes that form the original Gest library, at least 40%, about 40,000 volumes, may be properly described as collector's pieces. They are grouped here for the purpose of giving a general picture of the Gest treasures. Volumes 1. Books printed from wood blocks cut in the years AD 1232 to 1272, Sung Dynasty editions. 700. 2. Books printed from wood blocks cut in the years 1297 to 1322, Yuan Dynasty editions. 1700. 3. Books printed in the Ming Dynasty, 1368 to 1644. 24,500. 4. Manuscripts. 3,000. A. Manuscripts copied before 1602. 2,150. B. Other manuscripts. 850. 5. The complete set of the 1728 edition of the Imperial Encyclopedia in movable copper type. 5,020. 6. 2 copies of the Imperial Palace movable, wood, type reprint series. 1,412. 7. A complete set of the Palace wood block edition of the 24 dynastic histories, printed between 1739 and 1784. 754. 8. First editions, rare palace editions, rare reprints of Sung, Yuan, and Ming editions, made in recent centuries, 1644 to 1920. 2000. 9. The Kanjur translations of Buddhist scriptures in Mongol translations from the Tibetan Kanjur, 1772 to 1790. 109. 10. Books on medicine and materia medica. 2000. Total 41,195. In short, more than 40% of the original Gest Gillis collection was gathered with the express desire to make it a collector's library, a library of rare and exquisite manuscripts, of notable examples of fine and early printing, and of the oldest and best editions of well-known works of reference, history, religion, philosophy, and literature. What is a rare book to the traditional Chinese book lover and collector? To begin with, there are no Chinese incunabula in the European sense of the term. This is, in the first place, because book printing from carved wood blocks began in China so long ago, undoubtedly as early as the 8th century AD and very probably even earlier, and its evolution from seal cutting and from rubbings of stone inscriptions was so gradual that its exact beginnings were never particularly noticed or recorded. And, secondly, because block printing probably had a rather lowly birth, being born of a superstitious belief cultivated by the medieval religions of Buddhism and Taoism that duplicating and distributing a charm or a sacred scripture meant an accumulation of great merit toward the salvation of the soul, either of oneself or of his beloved parents or relatives, after death. Thus the earliest extant specimens of block printing are the meaningless Buddhist tantric charms, the Muku Joko Sutra, printed in 1,000,000 copies about AD 769 by order of the Japanese Empress Shotoku. And the oldest extant Chinese printed book is the Buddhist Diamond Sutra with a charm at the end, printed in May 868 by Wang Qi for free general distribution in memory of his father and mother. Such short pieces, printed in tens of thousands of copies for distribution for religious merit, were usually ignored by early collectors of books, to whom books meant only the beautifully and carefully handwritten scrolls of respectable literature, and to whom such cheaply duplicated short pieces were no books at all. The old prejudice was still strong that good books were for the enjoyment of the qualified few, and not for the masses. There were bookshops recorded as early as the 1st century AD. But poets and philosophers never wrote for the general public, and they certainly never intended to have their writings sold for money. The famous poet Yuan Chun, AD 779 to 831, wrote in 824 that, for 20 years past, some of his poems and songs and those of his friend Pechui, 772 to 846, had been hand-copied and printed without authorization from wood blocks by enterprising persons in Suzhou and Hangzhou, and that the printed copies were sold in the marketplace for money or in exchange for wine and food. It was a tribute to the popularity of those two great poets, who, however, would never have thought of condescending so low as to have their collected works cut on wood blocks and printed for sale. Indeed, Pechui had his complete poetic and prose works carefully copied in 4 copies, 1 to be kept in his own home, 3 to be deposited in 3 Buddhist monasteries, 1 in Lushan in the south, and 2 in the 2 capitals of Xichang'an and Luoyang in the north. These 4 complete copies were made in the years 835, 836, and 839. In 840, he had his latest writings similarly copied for deposit. He was apparently not attracted by the new art of book printing, which had certainly already been making great progress in the preceding century. The printed Diamond Sutra of 868, which consists of 6 sheets of text and 1 sheet of a woodcut illustration, all neatly pasted together to form a continuous roll 16 feet long, shows already a highly advanced technique. The text was written in good calligraphy, and the cutting and printing were both well done. A contemporary poet and statesman, Sukeung Tu, who died a martyr's death in 908, wrote a circular letter soliciting funds for block printing a large learned work by a monk lecturer of Luoyang. The new art of printing was already attracting the attention of the Buddhist monasteries and lay Buddhists by the second half of the 9th century. It was in the 10th century that book printing was taken up seriously and enthusiastically by individuals and by governments. The imperial government in the north began in 932 the big undertaking of block printing the canonical classics of Confucianism, which took 21 years, 932 to 953, to complete. The text was based on the stone canon cut on stone in 837. The copies were written by selected calligraphers and checked by competent scholars of the National Academy, and the cutting was done by selected woodcarvers. A prime minister of that government, Ho Ning, 898 to 955, who was also a popular poet, copied his collected poetic and prose writings in his own fine calligraphy to be carved on blocks for printing. Several hundred complete sets of his collected works, each totaling 100 chuan in volume, were thus printed for presentation to friends as gifts. It was beneath his dignity to have his works printed for sale, although books printed by the government and the monasteries were for sale. Another scholar-statesman of the age, Mu Chai, died circa 960, left an instructive story which has become famous in the history of Chinese book printing. When he was a young struggling scholar, he suffered the humiliation of being refused the loan of a manuscript copy of a famous anthology of ancient and medieval poetry and prose. Thereupon, he made a vow to himself that, if he should achieve honors and wealth, he would have that voluminous anthology block printed for the benefit of scholars. He did achieve high honors, and became prime minister in the western kingdom of Shu. He fulfilled his vow by selecting his best students to copy and collate, not only the Wenchuan which had been refused him, but also a number of useful encyclopedias, and having them block printed in Qingtu for general circulation. His family preserved the blocks and continued to print from them long after the kingdom of Shu was conquered by the Sung Empire, and it was said that, as late as the early decades of the 11th century, his descendants still made a comfortable living from the printing and sale of books of the Mu'in press, which were then being sold in all parts of the reunited empire. This is the brief history, not of the earliest centuries of obscure and humble beginnings, but of the glorious development of the fine art of block printing in the 10th century. Books printed in the first 4 centuries, from the 10th to the 13th, roughly corresponding to the Sung dynasty, 960-1276, and therefore loosely called books of Sung editions, have always been eagerly sought by all lovers and collectors of Chinese books. Their passionate love and search for Sung editions is quite comparable to the Occidental collector's love and search for the European incunabula. And as Sung editions became rarer and rarer with the ravages of time, the collector's zeal for such books rose to even greater heights. When we read the many personal and intimate colophons which the famous collector Huang Peili, 1763 to 1825, wrote to each of his rare items of Sung printing, we can still catch the contagion of his enthusiasm and the enthusiasm of his age. Huang often signed himself as a man biased in favor of Sung editions, and named his library 100 Sung editions in one house. Another famous collector, Liu Hsinyuan, 1834 to 1894, built a special library to house his Sung editions, and named it Pai Sung Lu, the library of 200 Sung editions. Such names attest to the zeal and pride of these collectors. Books printed in the next dynasty, the Yuan or Mongol dynasty, 1277 to 1368, were sought by collectors with almost equal fervor. In the 19th century, books of Sung and Yuan editions were often purchased at so many silver dollars per leaf. But this passion for Sung and Yuan editions, books printed in the 10th, 11th, 12th, 13th, and 14th centuries, constituted only one of the many phases of Chinese book collecting. The vast majority of collectors naturally could not afford to pay for those early editions. the general principle for the wise collector is to seek the best available edition, Shanpin, for every work. A sung edition based on a defective manuscript is not so good as a much later edition based on a more perfect text or collated by competent scholarship. As for works of the later ages, the practice has always been to search for the first or earliest available printed edition or an original manuscript copy. During the last 300 years, there has developed what may be called a science of textual collation and criticism. Scholarly collectors no longer regarded early editions as mere objects of antiquarian adoration, but as tools for textual comparison and emendation. They would borrow the best and earliest editions from the wealthy collectors and note down all textual variations on their own copies. Such collated texts are highly valued by book lovers, and very often new editions are made with detailed textual notes by scholarly editors. In the last century, the introduction of the photolithographic processes enabled collectors and publishers to reproduce many rare books in facsimile form at prices well within the reach of thousands of readers. Hundreds of very rare editions of classical literature, the voluminous dynastic histories, philosophical works, the dramas of Yuan and Ming dynasties, and others have been photolithographically preserved and made accessible to a larger public. I may sum up this brief sketch of the history of Chinese book collecting by a quotation from a contemporary bibliographer, Mr. Ku Tinglung, who in the preface to his illustrated descriptive catalogue of classified specimens of Ming editions, Mingtai Panpen Tu Lu, 1941, says, "Even book lovers of our own day have not been entirely free from the old prejudice of treasuring Sung and Yuan editions far more than the books printed in the Ming, 1368 to 1644, and Qing, 1644 to 1911, periods. They do not seem to realize that most of the Sung and Yuan editions have been either exactly reproduced in woodblock editions of recent centuries, or photolithographically reprinted in facsimile editions, or reprinted with textual emendations and supplements, or indirectly preserved by having their textual variations recorded and published by scholars. How few of them still remain hidden and unknown. On the other hand, the books printed in the Ming period, 1368 to 1644, deserve our attention no less than the earlier editions. We are today as far removed in time from the Ming dynasty as the Mings were from the early Sung age. Many Sung editions of important works of classical learning were very well preserved in exact reproductions in the Ming period. And there were important Ming works of great historical value, which have never been reprinted and are available only in their original Ming editions. Many of these works, because they happen to contain uncomplimentary references to the Manchus, were often destroyed or suppressed by the Manchu rulers. Surviving copies must be collected and preserved in the interest of history. And, finally, many of the Ming editions, because of their conscious emulation of the best printing of a preceding era, are themselves of such artistic excellence as to deserve the admiration and care of all book lovers. What are the distinctive features of this collection made by an American naval officer who trained himself to be a Chinese bibliographer and collector? There is clear evidence that Mr. Gillis made a careful study of the published descriptive catalogues of a number of the well-known libraries and collections, catalogues of books which were to be destroyed or suppressed by order of the Manchu government, indices to the Tiansungshu, Collectania, and bibliographical works by recognized scholars. In his title index, Gillis listed about 200 such catalogues and bibliographies, but he indicates that only about 28 of these were frequently consulted by him in his notes and title index. Being a shrewd Yankee, Gillis could readily see that it would be sheer madness for him, with his limited allowance from Mr. Gest, to try to compete with Chinese and Japanese collectors in the game of hunting for Sung and Yuan editions, which, by the early decades of the 20th century, were almost no longer obtainable except through elaborate negotiations with private owners and at prohibitive prices. Ye Taehui, 1864 to 1927, reported in 1911 that he knew of a Hunan collector who paid 3,000 silver dollars, at that time equivalent to about 3,000 American dollars, for an incomplete copy of a Sung edition of Su Shi's poems. So Mr. Gillis made the very wise decision to concentrate his limited resources on collecting Ming, 1368 to 1644, editions, which have the double advantage of being old enough to be rare books, but not old enough, according to Chinese collector standards, to command very high prices. This explains why the Gest collection contains about 24,500 volumes of Ming editions. That is to say, almost 1/4 of the original Gest Gillis collection consists of books printed between 1368 and 1644. This is the largest collection of Ming editions outside of China and Japan, and one of the best in the world. It is not easy to single out particular items from this huge collection of Ming editions for special mention. A few significant points of general interest may be stressed here. In the first place, the collection contains representative specimens of the development of the art of book printing throughout the 276 years of the Ming dynasty. More than a tenth of this Ming collection consists of books, mostly government editions of the Confucianist canon and Buddhist scriptures in several different editions, which were printed before the end of the Qingtai reign, 1450 to 1456, that is, before the Gutenberg Bible. Of this group, there are 17 volumes of punctuated Buddhist texts printed from blocks cut in 1399, which are unusual rarities in being the earliest Buddhist books using punctuations, punctuated Confucianist canonical works having begun as early as the 12th century, and in being probably the only known clearly dated books printed from blocks cut under the reign of Emperor Qianwen, 1399 to 1402, which reign, having been overthrown by the Emperor Yongle, 1403 to 1424, was deliberately obliterated from all documents and publications. These 17 volumes show that the reign name was also obliterated from the blocks, but the date year 1 and the cycle number Qimao combine to identify the year beyond question. Such unmistakable marks showing how the tabooed reign name was cut from the blocks explains why collectors of Ming editions could never find books printed during that ill-fated reign. Mr. Wang Chengmin has also pointed out that there are Ming books in the Gest collection which Gillis acquired without knowing that they might be the only extant copies in the whole world. The work Mr. Wang cited is a collection of poems by Su Chengxing of the 16th century. Secondly, this collection includes practically all types of book printing of the Ming period: imperial palace editions, editions made by the many royal princes who were well known as patrons of learning and literature, editions by the two national academies at Peking and Nanking, editions by provincial and local governments, and books printed by private families and by commercial printers. Of the imperial government editions, mention may be made of the most beautifully printed copy, 1595, of the Yulu Chuanxu, Treatises on Music, by Prince Chu Saiyu, one of the most learned men of the 16th century. Of the books printed by private families and commercial printers, special mention should be given to the many works in the Gest collection which were printed by the great bibliophile and publisher Mao Qin, 1599 to 1659, who, as a private individual living in an age of war, foreign invasion, and change of dynasties, undertook to print and publish in his lifetime a total of about 600 works, including a large number of very voluminous works, such as the 13 classics with standard commentaries and the 17 dynastic histories. The printing of these books, says Mr. Fang Chowing in his brief biography of Mao Qin in Eminent Chinese of the Qing period, aggregating more than 200,000 double pages, required a large quantity of paper, which Mao Qin purchased in Jiangxi province in two varieties, a rather heavy kind known as Maopinand, a thinner kind called Maoti. Both names retain the surname Mao, and the papers are still so designated in publishing circles. In the third place, this collection of Ming editions includes a number of works which the Manchu rulers, for political and racial reasons, had ordered burned and completely prohibited, or partially deleted and banned. At the height of the power of the dynasty, notably in the 18th century, this despotic destruction and prohibition of such books was harshly effective, violators being actually punished by capital punishment, and hundreds of books were probably irretrievably lost. Commander Gillis, in common with Chinese collectors of his day, took special interest in collecting items on the official lists of books to be burned and prohibited. Of this group, I like to mention the Chu Su Chi, first series of collected works of Chien 1582 to 1664, who was a great scholar and intellectual leader of his age as well as one of the most famous collectors of rare books, but whose works came to be intensely hated by the Manchu Emperor Qianlong, 1736 to 1795, and were ordered to be burned and destroyed wherever found. The emperor's wrath was so strong that works of any of Qian's contemporaries containing a preface by him, or correspondence with him, or even a complimentary reference to him, were ordered to be either partially or wholly banned or destroyed. This edition of Qian's earlier collected works was made in 1643, the year before the fall of the Ming dynasty, and, having been copied by the best calligraphers and carved by a well-known artist, is considered by all experts as a most perfect example of the art of block printing of the Ming period. That such a voluminous work in 1/10 chuan, which could have been secretly kept by a collector only at the most dangerous peril to his life and to his family, has been preserved to this day in perfect condition, is an eloquent tribute to the great courage which the love of good books can inspire in the true bibliophile. But Gillis the detective and collector could not suppress his ambition to hunt for the Song and Yuan editions. He bided his time, and waited for his opportunity to satisfy his long-cherished desire. In the meantime, he was training himself to be able to recognize and acquire such early and rare specimens of Chinese printing without having to pay exorbitant prices for them. In other words, he expected to find his treasures among the large loads of books that were often offered at junk prices by impoverished noble families and dilapidated temples and monasteries in Peking and its vicinity. His great opportunity came when he found and bought an incomplete set of the Buddhist canon of scriptures in apparently an admixture of various printed editions and hand-copied supplementary volumes. The total number of folded volumes was about 5,348. This purchase was probably made in 1926 or 1927. I have not found Gillis' correspondence or notes on the details of this most remarkable find. But Dr. Berthold Laufer, in his preliminary report on the Gest collection, which he had examined at McGill University on July 11 to 12, 1929, said that the consignment of this Buddhist collection had just reached Vancouver, BC, and that Mr. Gest had shown him photostats of a number of pages. Dr. Laufer had also been told by Mr. Gest that this collection included 698 volumes printed under the Sung in AD 1246, and 1,635 volumes printed under the Yuan, 14th century, mostly in AD 1306. All this shows that this collection must have been acquired a few years before July 1929, and that Gillis had already had time to examine and determine these dates. It is very interesting that Dr. Laufer was informed that these Buddhist scriptures were obtained in a remote part of China. Gillis called this collection Taipei Su Qing, the Buddhist scriptures in the Taipei monastery. I have not found any document of his describing the location and history of this monastery, but judging from the colophons at the end of a number of the manuscript volumes, I have no doubt that this must be one of the monasteries in the city of Peking, which was the capital of the Mongols from 1264 to 1368, and of the Ming dynasty from 1421 to its downfall in 1644. It was quite possible that Mr. Gillis had his reasons for not revealing to anyone where and how he acquired this historic collection. At any rate, he found it expedient not to consult his learned Chinese friends about this precious find, and had to work all by himself on this collection, and to rely on only one of his 200 catalogues for guidance in making his own catalogue of the 5,348 volumes. It happened that Chinese collectors and bibliographers of the old school were not interested in the Buddhist canons, which were usually too voluminous for the private library, and which orthodox Chinese scholars were supposed to view with disdain and contempt. So the one catalogue Mr. Gillis consulted did not give him much information or guidance. He did not even realize that this edition of the Tripitaka, like all other editions, was arranged according to the order of the characters in the 1,000-character primer, which every Chinese child could recite by heart. So in his catalogue, he followed the order or disorder of the 580 packages that were haphazardly numbered by the monks who sold him the collection. And nobody corrected him. Moreover, his secret find was made a few years before the Chinese discovery in 1931 of an almost complete copy of the Qi Sha edition of the Buddhist canon housed in 2 Buddhist monasteries in Xi'an, in Shinsi province. General Chu Ching-lan, a leader in Chinese famine relief work and a lay believer in Buddhism, found this collection on one of his relief missions to Shinsi. He immediately reported it to his Buddhist friends in Shanghai. A society was organized in October 1931 to plan the work of reprinting this entire canon in photolithographic reproduction in greatly reduced size. An editorial committee of this society took up the work of photographing the collection and checking the missing volumes and pages, for which corresponding volumes and pages from other old editions were photographed as replacements. The committee by that time was able to consult the 3-volume catalogue of catalogues of all editions of Buddhist canons, which was published in Japan in 1929 to 1934 after the completion of the Japanese publication of the Taisho Tripitaka, and which includes a catalogue of the Buddhist Tripitaka of the Yincheng Monastery at Qisha in Pingchangfu. originally printed in AD 1234. The editorial committee found that the catalogue of 1234, having been printed at the beginning of the great undertaking, contains only 548 Han cases, numbered by 548 characters, while the canon at the completion of printing in 1322 included 43 more Han, making a total of 591 numbered cases, comprising 1,532 works in 362 Chuan, originally bound in about 5,910 folded volumes. A new catalogue of the photolithographic edition was made and similarly printed, when the reprinting of the whole canon was completed in December 1935. As a result of this checking and replacement, this set seems to have been completed about 1602, but it came to Mr. Gillis incomplete. The canon should have about 5,910 volumes. According to Gillis' count, the Gest copy is only volumes. Sung editions 697.5. Yuan editions 1,632 1/2. Ming editions 868. Manuscript recopies 2,150. Total 5,348. In his notes, number 2198, Gillis gives a detailed list of all these 5,348 volumes, each volume being marked by S, Sung, Y, Yuan, M, Ming, or W, white paper manuscript. In the same notes, he makes another catalogue in which all the dated volumes are recorded with the years and months in which the blocks were made. There are 55 Sung volumes dated from 1232 to 1271. The lithographic reprint edition contains one volume dated 1231 and 3 volumes dated 1272. There are 124 Yuan volumes dated from 1297 to 1315. The lithographic reprint edition contains 2 volumes dated 1322. With these dated volumes as criteria, Gillis was able to judge 697 1/2 volumes as of Sung editions, and 632 1/2 volumes as of Yuan editions. The remaining printed volumes were of Ming editions. Gillis' judgments are valid in practically all the Sung and Yuan volumes, with only very few cases of oversight or miscount. I have found 6 volumes dated 1233, 1235, 1238, 1239, 1240, and 1241 respectively, which were not noted in Gillis' catalogue of dated Sung volumes. But these overlooked dates only confirm Gillis' judgment that they were of the Sung editions. These nearly 700 volumes of Sung editions and nearly 1,700 volumes of Yuan editions, 632 1/2 volumes of the Qi Sha Canon plus a set of a Yuan Cyclopedia in 60 volumes printed from blocks made in 1307, make the Gest library richer in block-printed books of the 13th and early 14th centuries than any other library in Europe or America. Although we are still ignorant about where and how Gillis acquired this collection, and although he did not fully understand what he had found, it is time for us to announce that the Gest Library owns one of the 2 incomplete copies of the now famous Qi Sha Tripitaka of 1231 to 1322 known to be extant. For the Xi'an copy, from which the 1931 to 1935 photolithographic edition was made, is also incomplete, with about 600 volumes originally replaced by corresponding volumes in a Huchao edition of 1332, in addition to other missing volumes and pages, which have been replaced by the editorial committee in Shanghai. But the editors of the reprint edition informed us in their introductory notes that there were apparently 11 volumes, which could not be replaced because their titles were unknown. These are Volumes 3, 4, 9, and 10 of Case 568 vols. 1, 2, and 3 of Case 571 vols. 7 and 8 of Case 576 vols. 8 and 9 of Case 585. We have checked the Gest copy and can now inform the editors and owners of the reprint edition that, of the 11 missing volumes, the Gest copy has the following 7. Volumes 3 and 4 of Case 568 vols. 1, 2, and 3 of Case 571 vols. 7 and 8 of Case 576. And the Gest copy also has volumes 9 and 10 of Case 568, which are the same as volumes 11 and 12 respectively of the reprint edition. They are not missing, but only wrongly numbered. The only volumes which are missing in both the Gest copy and the Sion copy are volumes 8 and 9 of Case 585. At a more propitious time, these missing volumes found complete in the Gest copy should be made accessible to China and Japan through photostatic reproductions. I have used the Imperial Palace movable type reprint series to illustrate the scientific technique of Commander Gillis in his book Collecting, which is one of the distinctive features of the Gest Gillis collection. That same microscopic analytical technique he applied also to his identification of the volumes in the Chi-Sha Tripitaka and of the tens of thousands of volumes in his huge collection of Ming editions. As an Occidental, Gillis was more deeply interested in the movable type editions than is the traditional Chinese bibliophile. It was this interest which led him to make the large collection of Chinese books printed with movable type of wood, lead, and copper, which were used before the invention of modern machine-made metal type. This collection, the largest in the world, includes a number of Ming books printed with movable type as well as the 2 copies of the wood type Imperial Palace reprint series in 1,412 volumes, and the Great Encyclopedia, the Kuchen Tiyushu Chisiacheng, of 1728 in 5,020 volumes, all in the original copper type edition. Only 64 sets of this encyclopedia were printed in the original edition. They were given by the Emperor Qianlong and his successors only to families and persons as rewards for special services to the state. In 1884 to 1888, a new edition of this encyclopedia was made in Shanghai with much smaller modern lead type, and 1,500 sets were printed as a private commercial enterprise. In 1890, the Chinese government ordered a lithographic reproduction made of the original edition. 100 sets were printed of this edition, which was completed in 1898. But it was Mr. Gillis' ambition to get together a complete set of the original copper type edition for the Gest library. It is said that it took him years of search and minute checking to complete the Gest copy. It is one of the 3 or 4 sets of the original edition extant in the world. Because this set in 5,020 volumes was made up of volumes from a number of incomplete lots, Gillis probably paid very little money to have this complete copy, with many spare volumes for possible replacement of missing ones. The patient picking of a complete set of this huge encyclopedia out of numerous scattered and inexpensive volumes illustrates another of the distinctive features of Mr. Gillis' book Collecting. The Chinese bibliographer and collector Mr. Miao Chuansun had spent years patiently selecting odd items of the Imperial Palace movable type reprint series, and in the end made a complete set of it in 812 volumes, all of the original edition. The shrewd Yankee collector could readily recognize in such an enviable collection the principle that odd and inexpensive books could become valuable when they were made parts of a collection selected with a far-sighted design or objective. For instance, many of the voluminous works published by the Manchu government and often printed on very good paper were usually ignored by Chinese collectors, and their market price has never been high. Even in the old days, incomplete sets of such bulky works were often sold to dealers by weight, and the pages were sometimes used for paddings and rebinding of old and rare books. In recent years, such palace and government editions are being collected in red china to be delivered to state-controlled paper factories to make pulp. But Mr. Gillis' love for good editions and his modern sense of values, and the fact that his wife was a Manchu lady, led him to collect for the Gest Library one of the excellent collections of books published by the Imperial Palace and Government, including official histories of major military campaigns, collected works of all the Manchu emperors, scientific works in mathematical and astronomical fields, collections of imperial edicts in both Chinese and Manchu, and hundreds of volumes of Manchu translations of Chinese classics, moral philosophy, and popular literature. He also made a complete collection of the palace edition of the 24 dynastic histories in 754 volumes, the block printing of which spread over a period of 45 years, 1739 to 1784. Mr. Gillis in his early days of book collecting was often criticized for his fondness for palace editions. I believe that the time is already coming when his vast collection of these official publications of the Manchu dynasty will be classed as valuable rarities of historical importance, and in particular his large collection of Manchu translations of Chinese works, among them the famous pornographic novel Qin Ping Mei, not a palace or government edition, of course, will be found a very important source of material for the student of the language and literature of this once great people, as well as for historians and anthropologists interested in problems of cultural contact and diffusion. Of the large collection of manuscript volumes, there are many items of interest. Our oldest manuscript is a copy of 3 chapters of a Buddhist sutra, which is one of the many thousands of ancient manuscripts hidden for nearly 1,000 years in a cave library in the desert region of Tunhuang. The manuscript can be conservatively dated as of the 6th century AD. It has a hemp-cloth wrapper bearing the official seal of the local collection of Buddhist scriptures. The woman who did the sewing of the wrapper had the inspiration to sign her name, with the date which corresponds to AD 685. Another old manuscript, one of the few items bought by Mr. Gest himself in Japan, is a copy of a Buddhist text bearing a colophon which tells us that the copying was ordered by a Japanese empress in AD 740. Of the 2,000-odd manuscript volumes copied in 1600 to 1602 for replacements of missing volumes in the Chi-Sha Tripitaka, I may cite one colophon of human interest. I, Mrs. Chow, nation, a devout believer, give 15 taels of silver for the purpose of copying 100 of the missing volumes of the sacred Tripitaka with the most devout prayer that my husband, Chow Chikau, the Grand Secretary of the Qianqi Palace, i.e., Prime Minister of the Empire, may be blessed with improved health, that his hands and feet may be restored to smooth functioning, and that our young son, Chow Fengkeo, may be free from all calamities, and be blessed with long life and happiness. The copies were completed on the 6th day of the 6th moon of the 28th year of Wanli, 1600. Her husband, whose biography appears in chapter 219 of the Ming-Shi, was prime minister from 1594 until his death in 1601, but was confined to his sickbed for about 4 years before he died. Her pious vow will interest the student of history, of religion, and of the development of book printing. It was the same belief in the merit of duplicating and spreading sacred scriptures, the belief that had been responsible for the origin of block printing in China, that made Madame Chow contribute money for copying the missing volumes. And it will interest the economic historian to know that 15 taels of silver in 1600 was sufficient to pay the scribes for making careful and exact hand copies of 100 volumes. The scribe got 0.15 of a tael of silver for copying each volume, which meant at least 2 whole days' labor. According to contemporary records, the official rate in 1606 was 690 copper cash for 1 tael of silver, but the market rate was only 450 cash for 1 tael. So the scribe got about 70 copper cash for 2 days' labor. And, finally, what, after all, is the value of this collection, in nucleus a collector's library, to the trained research scholar in the field of Chinese and Oriental history and culture? In much that I have said above, I have already tried to answer some such question, not with abstract discussions of the real worth of a collector's library to the research scholar, but with concrete examples of how difficult research problems can sometimes be solved with the help of rare and authentic documents and books found only in some collector's library. It is unnecessary to defend or apologize for the Gest collection with the often repeated statement that it is really more than a collector's library. Of course, it is much more than a collector's library, especially with the thousands of additional volumes acquired in recent decades. But there is nothing wrong for any learned institution to have and take pride in having as many collector's libraries as can be had. Such libraries may remain for months and years without being consulted or utilized. But it is always the dream of a research scholar to find someday in some collector's library the very item for which he has long been hunting in vain. As an old Chinese proverb says, an army is maintained for 1,000 days, so that it may be used on one particular morning. That is the luxury and the utility of libraries of rare and very rare items. The thousands of Tun Huang manuscripts, for example, had been lying idle for decades at the British Museum and the Bibliothèque Nationale. Then there came a Chinese professor who found among them a great many pieces of Buddhist and secular stories retold in popular rhymed recitals hitherto unknown to the historian of Chinese literature. Then came another Chinese professor who found among these manuscripts long rolls containing the recorded discourses of Shenhui, died AD 760, a great Buddhist monk of the 8th century, who was the real founder of Chan, Zen, Buddhism, but whose works had long been lost. He also found in the London and Paris collections other long-lost documents of great historical significance in understanding the development of Buddhism. Such finds have resulted in the rewriting of the history of medieval Chinese literature and the history of Chinese Buddhism. It is my sincere belief that the Gest Oriental Library will become a place to which scholars will resort more and more in their hunt for rare and authentic materials needed in their historical researches in various specialized fields. A few of those fields may be mentioned here. In Buddhist literature, the Gest Library not only owns 2,300 volumes of Sung and Yuan editions of the original Chi Sha Tripitaka and its Ming replacements, but also 4,000 volumes of the Ming Northern Canon, Pei Sang, 800 volumes of the Ming Southern Canon, Nan Sang, and hundreds of volumes in other editions of the Ming period. Serious scholars not satisfied with such modern Japanese reprint editions as the Taisho Tripitaka, a set of which is in the Gest library, may find it necessary to turn to these Gest volumes for textual collation and authentication. And any student interested in the historical development of Buddhist printing will certainly find it profitable to make use of the Gest Buddhist collections. The Gest collection of books on Chinese medicine and materia medica will surely interest scholars investigating the history of Chinese science in general and Chinese medicine in particular. In fact, this collection is now being utilized by an American scholar, Professor W. A. Lessa of the University of California, who is interested in Chinese works on anatomy and physiognomy. The Gest Library has an incomplete copy of the Taming Shilu, veritable records of the Ming Dynasty, in 1, for 92 ch. Yunnan 173 volumes. This copy, though incomplete, is a good copy once owned by the bibliophile Sung Yun, 1681–1760. Another more complete copy of this work in 343 volumes, belonging to the National Library of Peiping, has been microfilmed by the Library of Congress, and positive copies of it are now accessible in a few leading university libraries. A copy of the Taming Shilu in Nanking was reproduced photolithographically and published in 500 volumes by the puppet regime in Nanking during the Japanese War in China. As this work constitutes one of the most important sources for the study of the history of the entire Ming period, 1368 to 1644, the time will come when trained scholars will want to make a detailed textual comparison and collation of the published set against such available manuscript copies as the Gest copy and the microfilm copy of the National Library of Peiping. Other manuscript copies are to be found at the Academia Sinica now in Taipei, Taiwan, at the University of Cambridge, and in private collections. Such a huge work, which has remained in manuscript copies for many centuries, cannot be safely used without the necessary work of textual collation by competent scholarship. I shall conclude this survey by mentioning a few of the intellectual delights which I have personally derived from the collections of the Gest Library. One of the very recent delights was my discovery of a perfectly preserved copy of the first edition of Liao Chai Chi, which Herbert A. Giles partially translated into English in 1908 under the title of Strange Stories from a Chinese Studio, by Pu Sungling, 1640–1715, one of China's greatest writers and storytellers. As a devoted student of the life and works of this author, and as one who once wrote a 50,000-word introduction to establish his authorship of an anonymously published great novel, Xingxi Yin Yuan Chuan, A Married Life That Would Awaken the World, I had been searching everywhere without success for a copy of this first edition of his short stories, which was not printed until 1766, 50 years after his death. It was therefore an entirely unexpected pleasure to find it here. In 1943, I undertook the retrial of a celebrated historical case involving three great men of the 18th century. This piece of historical research took me 5 years to finish, 1943 to 1948. One of the controversial points required my examination of a manuscript copy of a work by Chao I.C. Chianji, 1709 to 1764, one of the three men involved, and I had to have eaten the manuscript form as it was copied into the Imperial Manuscript Library of Emperor Qianlong. I was then in the United States, and fully realized that it was absolutely impossible for me to have access to any of the 4 surviving copies of this manuscript library in 36,000 volumes. It was a great and happy surprise to me when I learned in 1944 that I could borrow from the Gest Library at Princeton a complete exact copy of Chow's work, which was originally copied in the early 19th century from the Imperial Manuscript Library at Yangzhou by the well-known bibliophile T.S.N. Young of that city. I was permitted to keep this copy for a time, and compare its 20 thick volumes in detail with the printed editions. The controversial question was settled satisfactorily with the help of this copy, the only one which was available to me in those war years. In connection with the same research work, I also wanted to find out the date of a poem which the Emperor Qianlong wrote in praise of a manuscript copy of the newly amended text of the Shuiqing Chu, supposedly collated by the scholar and philosopher Tai Chen, 1724 to 1777, one of 3 great men involved in the case I was retrying. But in the whole United States, there was no complete copy of the collected poems of that emperor, except in the Gest Library. I appealed to my friends Dr. Nancy Lee Swan and Dr. Tung Yu at the Gest Library, who were kind enough to find the date I wanted to ascertain. The date turned out to be March 27th or 28th, 1774, which, however, was beyond even my boldest hypothesis, for I had expected it to be some time in 1775, or very late in 1774. The poem was written 8 months before Tai Chen's collated text was presented to the throne in November 1774. I was therefore forced to conclude that the poem was in praise, not of Tai Chen's text, but of a text collated and edited earlier by someone else. Tai Chen did not arrive in Peking until September 1773, and could not have completed before March 1774 the detailed collation and editing of a work which, minus textual notes, comprises some 345,000 words. That was in 1945. Many years afterward, I was myself working at the Gest Library, and one day I came upon the collected poems of Emperor Qianlong. I re-examined the poem and its short preface. To my great surprise, I found that the emperor's preface to the poem contains 3 important words totally different from the corresponding words on the first page of Tai Chen's text as it was published in 1775 in the Palace Movable Type edition. The preface in the emperor's collected poems praised the editor for having supplied many missing words in the text, from a few words to as many as 80 or 90 words. That was apparently the original wording in His Majesty's own copy, which nobody had the opportunity to change. But in the Palace Movable Type edition published in 1775, the words 80 or 90 words were changed into over 400 words. The chief editors of the manuscript library had apparently taken the liberty to change these words in order that the eulogistic poem might appear to apply to the later and much better collated text. So my early conclusion was more strongly verified that the text eulogized by the emperor in March 1774 was not text collated by Tai Chen and presented in November 1774. The great emperor, the most conceited and omniscient dictator as he was, never knew the difference. My hero, Tai Chen, apparently so much detested this action of his powerful superiors that he published in the same year his own text in a private edition at his own expense, without the textual notes and without the emperor's eulogistic poem, as a silent protest. That conclusion solved one of the most baffling mysteries in the celebrated controversy. For those evidences leading to its solution, I gladly give my hearty thanks to Mr. Gillis, who had the good sense to collect the complete works of an emperor who in his long life, 1711 to 1799, and long reign, 1736 to 1796, composed some 42,000 poems, which were so poor that no Chinese bibliophile and no other library in the United States seemed to care to collect the 6 huge collections of his verse totaling 454 chuan. Rabindranath Tagore in China. Free China Review. August, 1961. Volume 11. Number 8. Pages 19 to 21. India's great teacher, Rabindranath Tagore, came to China twice, in 1924 and 1928. On the first trip, in 1924, he stayed several months. He visited Shanghai and spent most of his time in Peiping. In the latter city, he made several public lectures. As I recall, that particular trip was arranged under the auspices of the Shang-Chi Su-Hui Aspiration Society of Peiping. Tagore seemed to attach much importance to this trip. He brought with him an entourage of teachers of the Santiniketan University, including Mr. Sun, an authority on Sanskrit, Mr. Bose, a painter, and Mr. Tagore's own Boswell, a Briton named Mr. Elmhurst, who was his secretary. Santiniketan University was founded by Mr. Tagore himself. It was often called Tagore's International University. In Sanskrit, Santiniketan means solitary village. More often than not, the teachers and students of the university held classes in the shadows of trees. Permeating the campus was an atmosphere of liberalism. In 1924, many of Mr. Tagore's works such as The Crescent Moon and Chitra were available in translated Chinese versions. The works had inspired Su Qianmo, an outstanding poet, and his friends, to organize the Crescent Moon Society in Peiping. It was followed later by the appearance in Shanghai of the Crescent Moon Society, Crescent Moon Bookstore, and Crescent Moon Magazine. On May 8, 1924, Mr. Tagore observed his 64th birthday in Peiping. His friends there got together and held a celebration. The main program was the staging, in the English language, of his play Chitra. Miss Lin Huiying, daughter of Lin Chongmin, played the leading role of Chitra. Mr. Lin and Mr. Su also got themselves into the acting. That pleased the old master immensely. The saddest moment for Mr. Tagore, during that visit as far as we could see, was when the leftist youths of China chose to oppose his lectures. They distributed leaflets in the lecture halls. The leaflets were quite uncomplimentary, indeed. One of the lectures was held at the Chinquang True Light Theater. I was invited to be the moderator. I introduced Mr. Tagore to the public and requested the listeners respect his right to freedom of speech. Mr. Tagore told me one day, "You have listened to my speeches. You also have read my manuscripts. They say I am against science. Isn't it a fact that in each of my speeches there are passages eulogizing science?" I told him not to worry, least of all to despair. I said, "It is a matter of emphasis. Your lectures are so poetic and so much devoted to the spiritual freedom of man that the listeners are apt to forget your laudatory references to modern science. When we talk to a great number of people, we cannot but be misunderstood unwittingly by some or misrepresented intentionally by yet others. As the Chinese saying goes, it is impossible to please everybody at the same time. Therefore, on the eve of his birthday, I presented him with a scroll on which was written my poem Preparedness. I acquainted him with the general idea of the poem. He knew I was trying to console him with it, and asked me to translate it into English for him to keep as a souvenir. Preparedness, meaning return to earth, is a school of thought in Mahayana Buddhism, the great vehicle, insisting that even those who have gained the status of Buddha should go back to the world and work for the multitudes. Henry Puyi at that time was still living in his Peiping Palace. Informed by the royal tutor, Reginald Johnston, that Mr. Tagore wanted to have a look at the palace, the former emperor invited Mr. Tagore and his entourage into the Forbidden City for tea. On another day, the Tagore party also had a chance to visit the Great Wall and the mausoleum of the Ming Dynasty. Mr. Tagore's second trip to China was in 1928 or 1929. I am not sure which. He passed through Shanghai during his travels, and went ashore for a few hours to visit Mr. Su. Mr. Elmhurst seemed to be with him, too. I happened to be in Shanghai at that time, so I took my son Chuang to see him. The old man took a group picture with us. The picture included Chiamo, his wife, Lu Xiaoman, and Mr. Elmhurst. The ship sailed the next morning. We went to the dock to see him off. Mr. Tagore wrote his poems and essays in Bengali. In fact, all his works were in the dialect of Bengal. His success has made Bengali the most popular literary language of India. The old master, therefore, had in his heart a soft spot for China's Beihua, plain language, movement, and literature. He liked Mr. Su the most, treating the Chinese poet like a kinsman.